See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-522-4700. Caesars Sportsbook. Download.
I went out to the Art of Granite, and I met Mitch. I love this story. Came to America with $300 in his pocket. He starts working in granite and then decides to have his own place. Art of Granite fabricates beautiful countertops. Get the latest quartz countertops. He is fabricating them daily with beautiful colors. And remember, the bathroom is always free when you have the kitchen done, and tear out and haul away is also free. Get a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
A little bit of a cool down for your Tuesday. Temperatures today in the low 80s with mostly sunny skies. Overnight upper 50s, then tomorrow a little warmer upper 80s with a slight chance for storms. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
When you think of Prohibition, it's more or less connected to religious fanatics and gangsters, but the real story is far more complex and reasonable. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. The head of public safety in Texas, Stephen McCraw, calling the police response to the shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde where 19 children and 2 teachers died an abject failure.
The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children.
McCraw testifying at a state Senate hearing. More testimony today at the January 6th committee. On the witness list, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. A major heat wave hitting much of the country.
It may only be the first day of summer, but it already feels like the dog days of summer in many parts of the country. There are heat advisories already in place for several cities in the Midwest, but the dangerous heat is widespread and stretches all the way to the Gulf. Both Minneapolis and Houston breaking record highs Monday. Sadly, a 5-year-old in Houston dying after he was left in a car during that hot weather.
ABC's Alex Perez. This is ABC News. A school set to honor a teacher who died of COVID by naming a school for him is stopped by his widow.
In Albin, Texas, the school board met in December 2020 with a decision to make.
The committee recommends junior high number 9 to be named Leroy Castro Junior High.
The full board agreed until Leroy Castro stepped in.
He was quite convinced that he was going to end up getting COVID because of the way that the district was administering their mask policy.
Castro did get COVID and died from it. Amy Castro says her husband signed up for additional health coverage, but the insurance company denied the claim. She blames the school district paperwork up and refuses to let the name Leroy Castro go on to the new school. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
President Biden today turning back a Trump-era policy and putting new restrictions on the use of landmines. The only exception where South Korea uses them to defend against a possible invasion by the North. Rena Roy, ABC News.
You know when you see a great deal on a phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only. Device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
My sweet cheeks feeling squeaky clean when Charmin's rolling behind the scenes. Charmin TV gives me those cheeky feels. That ultra strong hype is all for real. Those TV rolls got me a Charmin clean took-it. Cheek to cheek feeling oh so shook-it.
Charmin Ultra Strong just cleans better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Denver City Council will make Juneteenth a paid holiday for city employees beginning next year. The council gave final approval to the measure last night. The vote establishes Juneteenth as the 12th paid holiday for city employees. The council also voted diapers exempt from Denver's sales tax, a final vote on the measure expected next week. A warm-up is coming later on in the week, but a nice day today along the Front Range.
A little bit cooler for the first official day of summer. We're going to be in the low 80s today with mostly sunny skies. Clouds building in throughout the day and then mostly cloudy overnight with temperatures in the upper 50s. Tomorrow, upper 80s with partly cloudy skies. Storm chances start Wednesday and get higher throughout the rest of the week and then into toward the weekend. Thursday, Friday, we're in the 90s with 70s by Saturday.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. The Avalanche tasting defeat for the first time in the season's Stanley Cup final. The Avs fell to the Lightning 6-2 tonight in Tampa. Colorado now leads the series 2-1. Game 4 will be played tomorrow night in Tampa. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster. We still have an accident eastbound Hampton at Lowell. Otherwise, we cleared out several earlier fender benders. Heavy pockets remain north on I-25, stay to I-70, southbound I-25 sluggish through downtown Denver through the merge from 6th. I-70 bunches up westbound through the ditch construction, and westbound I-76 slows before I-270. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a few clouds today and a high at 82. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, highs right around 90. Then scattered thunderstorms Friday and over the weekend, highs dropping back down to 72 by Tuesday. Right now, it's 67 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Dustin Ritchie, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and a stunning statistic is starting to develop. Credit card debt among homeowners, it reached an all-time high last month, and it is going to go higher. Your home's equity can pay off your credit card debt and save you significantly each and every month. To find out how, call us today, 303-867-7000, or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Keep our schedule full? Seasonal incentives? Oh, yeah. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. Now is the time to call and save a full 12% off all services for select install dates. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Stay cool, no AC, QCColorado.com. Whole house fans, QCColorado.com.
Hey everybody out there, this is Big Al, and golf is a real passion of mine. Join me by becoming a member of the Colorado Golf Association and get a USGA handicap, access to tons of perks and discounts. Sign up at coloradogolf.org.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Get money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Martino here. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. I hope you had a nice long weekend. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. You know what that means. If you want some help from pain, inflammation, anxiety even, I don't know why, but it works. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Panacea Life Sciences. So thank you, Mark, for filling in. And I just tell you, I had back surgery. I'm going to get it out of the way and talk about that. And I'm not going to go into detail, but I will show you my scar if you want. I'm just kidding. Do you ever notice the older people get, the more they want to show you scars? I swear to God, don't ever ask. Have you ever encountered, it's like, hey, look at my scar. Especially
you're hanging out with some weird people, man.
Come on, you've never had an older person say, hey, want to see my scar?
Maybe a war. Maybe some, like if they got shot, maybe.
Anyway, we're going to have Bonnie in with us today. She's not here right now, right? But I do want to talk to Ideal about rates, Ideal Home Loans, and just rates in general, man, scaring the hell out of people. And the whole economy scaring people. Again, not to make a political comment, but something's causing havoc, basically. And really, I mean, things, I actually never and things could get this bad so quickly from such a high. Now, of course, people are going to blame all kinds of things. You know, a lot of people love blaming Biden. A lot of people are going to blame the pandemic. Although I think we were coming out of the pandemic, and then people will blame Putin, although I don't know how that Ukraine thing could affect the entire world. I guess it could in a bit. If anyone hasn't, and here's what I'm going to ask, and I hope to God people will take me, will do what I'm asking, and that is, without getting political, what is the solution? Now, if you think the solution is a new president, but I don't want to get down party lines. I want to know, what do you think's going on? Too much government spending? Do you think it's Putin? What do you think, and what do you think is our way out of it? I do know this. When the perception becomes reality, that's when we have a problem. Let me explain that. That happened before, and it's going to happen again. People start fearing a recession. They start holding off on purchases. And here's what happens. Right now, employment is at an all-time low. That is, by the way, a sign of a coming recession. People think the sign of a coming recession is high unemployment. No, that's wrong. Unemployment below 4% signals a recession because prices start climbing and employers start competing for workers to a point where their products get a little more expensive. Then prices start going up. And that's inflation. Then with inflation, people start fearing recession. And when they start fearing recession, you may have a conversation like this. Honey, let's hold off on that car, or let's hold off on that television, or let's hold off on that washing machine, or let's hold off on that vacation. It's just one or two little things here and there. Or, honey, I'm not sure about my career. What about this? What about that? And what happens is you have then the perception of a coming recession. And what I call perceptionomics takes over. Perceptionomics is something that becomes reality due to perception. It really does work that way. And Mark, I think you've known me long enough where I talked about it and predicted it coming. I mean, not that I had to be a genius to do it.
I don't know how you say it's not a political answer, though. That's my biggest disagreement. It's 100% a political answer. It all comes down to gasoline. The price of gas is crazy, which brings up the price of everything.
Oh, okay, gasoline does, and so do other things.
And the administration's not friendly. I mean, like it or not, they hate gasoline. They hate fossil fuels.
No, you're right. A lot has to do with politics. Do you think a different administration would have made a difference? And I'm not asking.
Of course, if the administration never changed, it would have made a difference, or any other president would have made a difference on either side, of course.
Okay, so anyway, here's the point. We're going to have a perception that becomes reality, and that's just the way life is. And then things will come tumbling down and then go back up. But here's what happens. So as I said, people hold off on a purchase here and a purchase there. And then when they hold off, it's like they used to joke about the Super Bowl. During a commercial, people would all go to the restroom, and just a few people, just one or two people in each household caused a major surge in the sewage drainage systems of cities. Seriously, they would gear up with extra people on those days for that reason. Now, the point I'm making is this. When you have holding off on purchases here and there and here and there, vacation here, a car here, a washing machine there, when you have people holding off a bit, what happens is it all has a cumulative effect, and then the perception becomes reality, and you can actually get yourself into a recession because of the fear of recession. And who was it that said it was FDR? The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and perceptionomics is one of them. I coined that phrase 25 years ago. I don't care where you think you heard it. I swear I did. I have proof of it. But we will be in a recession not necessarily because we deserve to be, but because we fear it. And just like inflation.
Well, how are you defining a recession?
Recession is where unemployment will go up and prices will come down.
No, I'm saying, but technically, when do we hit? I want to ask Brent Ivinson that, but to me, it's 2 straight quarters of negative growth.
Well, okay, you mean the techno, Mark, I don't know about the technical definition. I was talking about in generalities. I really don't know what the technical term or definition would be, but I think it's something like you said. But I count it by unemployment starts going up because now that people are holding off a bit here, a bit there, with fear of recession, then people say, well, I don't need as many employees. I thought I overpaid for these employees because I was competing. I'm going to lay off a few people, let a few people go. What happens is then unemployment creeps up. When unemployment creeps up, then fear creeps back in, and more perception becomes more fuel for more recession. And then unemployment will go to 8-9%, and then what happens is the fear is widespread. And then, of course, now you probably won't have the bank failures because of the phony baloney stuff the Fed did last time. But you will have a lot of people holding off on major deals. And then until they start feeling good again, and the perception gets better, then we recover. I'll tell you what, Obama did a great job of making people again, and the economy snapped back. And I'm not saying it was his policies necessarily, but he did a great job. Reagan did a great job. We had several presidents who have, and what's funny is they weren't Democrat or Republican, they were both, and we would snap out of this recession. And I think any change during this fear becomes a positive change for people, except you have now, and let's just face it, let's just call it what it is. We have people that hate Donald Trump so much. I've never seen people hate someone so much, and they might have reason. I'm not going to get into that. But what I'm saying is, they hate this man so much that, you know, after Russia, and then other scams and other things, and they keep investigating him because they want something to stick so he can't run again. It's so obvious. I mean, you know, I think people care about that insurrection. I mean, what they call insurrection. I truly don't think Trump was trying to take over the country. Come on, honest to God. I mean, but here's the deal. What about when Antifa and those people took over police stations and government buildings? I think that's a kind of insurrection. We've never had that coverage. Where was all that? Where were the hearings on all of those riots during that summer? I mean, didn't they take over a police station up in the Northwest? And
all kinds.
I mean, come on. And then Wall Street. I mean, all I'm saying is that it's just amazing to me how people will endure pain if they get their goal. They'll endure so much pain just to get rid of somebody they hate. It gets right down to the visceral emotion. I mean, when it comes to Trump, it has nothing to do with policies and politics. I told you once before, and I'm not sticking up for Trump. I'm not saying he's the greatest man in the world or I'd want him as a neighbor. I'm just saying that it's illogical sometimes, the lengths people go to. I can't believe, Mark, do you remember right after he was elected, there was this giant march in Washington?
Yeah, they called it the Pussy Hat March.
Okay. Anyway, oh God. Anyway, there was a giant march in Washington, and women were saying they lost their rights. And I thought, remember we had this conversation? I said, what happened? What happened? He was elected, and what? A couple of weeks went by. There was a march, and I said, what did he do? What rights were taken away from women? What rights were taken away from the LGBTQ community or whatever it is? I'm sorry, I never get the alphabet right, but it's whatever. And I didn't, and I'm wondering what went on.
And nothing changed. Remember, one thing.
Nothing really changed, but it's such a loathing of this man that they have that they'll endure any pain. Here's what also, 43% of Democrats think Biden should not run again. What I find amazing,
I think it's of Democrats, yeah.
What I find amazing is that there are 60% who think he should run again. And I'm going by sheer age. By the way, Daryl, what is your comment quickly? And then I'll get Brent Ivinson on right after the break, because I want to know the impact it has on loans and how people, the real math. Daryl, what is your comment?
Okay, Tom. So the reason why the food prices are going up is because Ukraine supplied roughly 40% of the world's wheat. Okay, that's number one. That's the reason why commodities have gone up so much. And the number two is the price of fuel. So if we all remember when Trump was in there, and it was like $2, $2.25. So the pipeline was being constructed, but it wasn't being built yet. So the supply that we were getting was still the same that we're getting now.
So what?
Then
but I
why
always
did
say
it
this.
go up, Brainiac? Why
no,
did it go up?
No, hold on a sec. When people call in, I always say this. They make the comment, and then I expect something else. You made the comment, therefore what? Therefore, we're great, we're in a great position, or it's not Biden's fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's no one's fault. Therefore, after your statement you just made, therefore what?
A lot of it is due to the war.
Okay, so you are on the side that it's really no one's fault. It just happened because of the invasion, or we could say it's Russia's fault. So are you happy? And again, I am not speaking politically. I'm speaking from your bottom line pocketbook and life. Are you happier now under Biden than you were under Trump?
No.
Are you the same?
No.
Do you blame Biden, or do you blame Trump, or do you blame any one party?
Well, I mean, you can point the finger at anybody you want to point the finger at.
But do you personally point the finger?
That's a hard question.
Mark, what was your question for Daryl? And then I got to take a break.
Well, first, Daryl, do you have another brother named Daryl?
And a brother named Larry.
With gasoline was rising well before Putin invaded. I mean,
he was talking about wheat, though. He was talking about wheat.
Well, the wheat, it's going to get worse. He's absolutely right on that. I don't think we've even felt the effects of that yet. That's going to get real expensive. But let's face it, man, wheat's not good for you anyhow.
Russia, well, yeah, but you know what? The wheat, though, the reason wheat is so important is because it's the famine preventer. That's right. Okay, I got to take this quick break. I really, really do, and we'll talk more. And I want to find out the effect we're going to have on the home housing market and the mortgage market coming up.
Dave Ramsey here for Water Pros. Let's talk about your water, a precious resource that's a part of life. Harmful cleaners, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are dumped down the drain daily, and they don't just magically disappear. I trust Water Pros. Water treatment should not cost tens of thousands of dollars. Water Pros water treatment systems start at $21.95 installed. So contact Water Pros locally and veteran-owned, the experts I trust. Go to waterpros.net.
Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. I can't say enough about Frank Duran as a person, as a real estate broker, as a father, as a friend. I'm telling you, you're going to feel like a friend. Do the free market analysis of what your house will sell for. It's out there to buy. Have him come over and look at the place. Have him give it an evaluation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. That is a complimentary service, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Usually when I talk about Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center, I tell you about how they're the absolute best at helping you replace any missing teeth, and they are. But I'd also like to tell you another story. I went to Aspenwood Dental recently for a tooth that was bothering me. An dentist who I had seen before becoming a patient at Aspenwood said the tooth should be removed and that I should get an implant. I saw Dr. Dan Zeppelin at Aspenwood Dental, and he determined that there was a small piece of the tooth that was cracked but hanging on and causing me the pain. He removed it in about 2 minutes, and I've been out of pain ever since without removing a tooth. Imagine the pain and money that Aspenwood Dental has saved me. Truly, for all your dental needs, whether for implants or general dentistry or cosmetic dentistry, there's nobody better than Aspenwood Dental. And if you don't believe me, read the hundreds of 5-star reviews online, though I suspect you do believe me. When you need a dentist, or even if you just have questions about your dental needs, please get started at aspenwooddental.com. That's aspenwooddental.com.
As we age, we can't always plan on good health, but you can plan long-term care coverage to give peace of mind to you and your family. Hey, it's Mandy Connell, and a great way to learn about long-term care is to join my friends from 525 Advisors for their upcoming free long-term care planning live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. You'll learn so much. 525 Advisors will explain how long-term care works, what the coverage pays for, and you'll discover all the new options and different ways to fund a plan. They even have plans with lifetime benefits that pay you back if you never use it. Then when you're ready, 525 Advisors will design a custom plan with you, just like they're doing for my husband and me right now. I love how much time they've spent with us, and it's not just me. Read the reviews. People love working with Brian and Madeline at 525 Advisors. So get the great peace of mind long-term care coverage gives you. Sign up now for the free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. Sign up at 525longtermcare.com. That's 525longtermcare.com.
Are you looking for a trusted, experienced, and reliable agent to sell your home? Hi, it's Marty Lenz, and this is why I love referring Gay Ribble with Empower Home Team of Keller Williams Realty DTC. For years now, you've been hearing me talk about Gay and her efforts on my behalf. I've seen her home selling systems, and I've met her customers. The fact is, Gay helped me sell my home, and I strongly suggest you call Gay Ribble first. Here's why. Gay already has the buyers, and your home may already be sold. She sells 3 times faster and for an average of $30,500 more when compared to other agents, and she'll guarantee in writing to sell your home at 100% of your asking price, or she will pay you the difference in cash, just like she did for Andrew in Denver, who was thrilled with Empower Home Team's results. Need more proof? Call today, 833-453-SOLD. That's 833-453-SOLD, or visit gayhasthebuyers.com. That's G-A-Y-E, gayhasthebuyers.com.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Elizabeth Warren, they're all attacking America's tech innovators. The left's bill, S-2992, would take away the digital tools small businesses rely on, empower China to beat America in the race for new technologies, and increase the risk of cyber attacks. When liberals attack America's tech innovators, they're really attacking everyday Americans and Main Street businesses. American jobs, America's security, and the online privacy of the American people are all on the line. Why would Senate conservatives support this liberal agenda that threatens American innovation? We need to stop Pelosi, Schumer, Warren, and the rest of the D.C. liberals from taking away our technology and making China stronger at America's expense. Call the U.S. Senate today at 202-224-3121. Tell Senate Republicans to oppose S-2992. ProtectingTaxpayers.org, paid for and authorized by Taxpayers Protection Alliance.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
A little bit of a cool down for your Tuesday. Temperatures today in the low 80s with mostly sunny skies. Overnight upper 50s, then tomorrow a little warmer in the upper 80s with a slight chance for storms. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
After mass shootings, there are always calls to do something. But what if that something doesn't stop the next shooting? We're going to have a data-driven conversation with Dr. John Lott. He started the Crime Prevention Center. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of The Truth with Lisa Booth on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
I'm Tom Martino, Water Pros. Oh my God, Water Pros has the most wonderful water systems at the lowest prices. I have one in my home for drinking water, and I'm telling you, you get all the water you want, and it's under $1,000 fully installed. Waterpros.net, Paul the Waterman. Okay, so Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans. Let me get them up real quick here and talk, because this has to be affecting mortgages. People, it's hard enough to get people to do something with a refi, even when rates are to their advantage, and now they're thinking maybe not. Brent, doesn't it come right down to math, though? If you can benefit, you can benefit, and if you can't, you can't. And
it does. It does. It's all in the math, and that's the great part about the whole thing. And, look, we had several people call us last week. Credit card debt hit an all-time high again last month, and so we had a number of people that called. One couple in particular, we're saving over $2,000 a month by consolidating all their debt. And when they take a portion of that savings, Tom, and apply it back towards their new home loan, their total interest paid is going to be less than it was on their 3% interest rate on their mortgage now and all of their credit card debt. And they're going to pay their house off quickly.
Because you're talking about a blended rate. Explain what that is.
That is, we're talking about, you've got to look at what are you paying interest rate-wise across all of your debt. So many people make the mistake of looking at, well, I've got a mortgage rate of X. That doesn't make any sense. going to go elsewhere to try and go consolidate my debt. So they go to someone that'll take all their credit cards and consolidate it into a signature loan that, instead of being at 30%, maybe it's at 20% or 21%. Really, the answer is we've got so much equity. I mean, again, people made more money in some instances on their homes last year than they made at their job. Put that equity to work, and we can show you how to pay your house off more quickly, pay off all your credit card debt, be putting money in your savings account so that you're going to turn to cash instead of credit next time you have an emergency, and pay less total interest on everything, including your mortgage.
I think that's where people, and when they do financial planning, they neglect to calculate how much they pay to others in interest. And people, what Brent is saying is, if you had a 4% loan, why would you go to a 5% loan or 6% loan? Well, if you had literally more equity than you had before, and you can pull out cash at 5 or 6, whatever, you can pay off high interest debt. And even though your mortgage ticked up, all the other debt ticked down, and your blended rate is actually lower, and you're overall at the end of the year paying less interest to others. You can't look at just one loan or another. You have to look at your blended rate of debt. And of course, the best scenario would be to get out of debt. And that's what he's trying to tell you. When you do that refi and pay off high interest debt, you keep the same payments up. And then what, Brent? And you apply the extra to principal.
Yeah, and we even show you how to take a portion of that and put it into your savings account so you now have cash, and then we have you take a portion of it and apply it towards principal. So you are actually accumulating cash and saving money. It's just a matter of putting that savings to good use and doing what you need to do to accelerate the payoff of your mortgage and thus all of your debt as well.
So what are rates right now for a 15-year?
15 years right now are running in the high 5s. Your 30-year fixed rate as of this morning is bouncing around between 6 1/8 and 6 1/4. What really happened last week is the Fed had really flashed that they were going to 50 basis points increase. They ended up doing 75 because I think the Fed was under the impression that inflation maybe had peaked. That was not the case. So that caught the mortgage market off guard a little bit and the bond market off guard. So we saw things move pretty quickly towards the second half of last week. So, I know you asked the last caller the question of, hey, what was the cause of all this? Our theory is that the Fed should have been making these moves and hiking interest 6, 8, 9, 10 months before they started. I know the question of, hey, when are we going to be in a recession? Mark's analogy of 2 losing quarters is correct. I think we're likely going to be at that point by the end of this year. So it'll be interesting to see. But, in the near term, you still have people that are buying and selling houses. You've got people that are still refinancing and taking advantage. And as you know, we have our interest rate guarantee. So when rates do go back down, or if they do go back down, we've got you covered and we will refinance that loan with absolutely no lender fees so you can take advantage of falling interest rates and a lower monthly payment.
Now, Brent, we say go back down, or here's what happened, and this is kind of unfortunate. We got used to artificially low rates. I mean, they truly no, seriously, Brent, normal rates for a mortgage, I mean, there is no normal, but let's say average, wouldn't you say 6 to 7?
Yeah, I mean, look, I got into this business in 1996, and rates were between 9.5% and 10%. And so, when you look at that, yes, a normalized rate is 6%. I mean, that is a normal interest rate. I think again, we see this whenever rates move, where, the consumer's psychology is, oh, they're going to go back down, I'm going to wait. And what people with credit card debt end up making the mistake of doing, Tom, is they wait until, I can't keep up with the payments, and now I'm behind it instead of in front of it.
Right.
And then that starts to impact your credit score, and that impacts your interest rate.
Well, one thing I noticed one thing I want people to know is that if they call you, okay, there's not going to be a big push to get you under application and close. I mean, what they're going to say is, give us a look at your finances, and they'll come back to you with solid numbers on what you'll save, or if it's not a good idea, they'll tell you that. I mean, so at least if you have any ideas, now is a good time to pay off high interest debt, even with things the way they are, because equity is still high. But again, you pay off that high interest debt and then use the extra money to do some good. And that's the combination plan, the ideal 1-2 punch they have. And then they have the cash advance for buying a home, so you can actually be a cash buyer. And you got to find out more about that. That's a great program where they advance the cash for you literally to pay cash for a home, and all it requires is a pre-approval. So Brent, 303-867-7. I imagine things have slowed down a bit because people are just shell-shocked. But
yeah, I think it's slowed down some. Although we kind of almost saw this surge late last week with rates doing what they were doing. I think people thought, oh my gosh, I thought they were going to come back a little bit.
Right.
Now they're going up, and so
there's
almost this flight to getting it done.
Got it. Brent Ivinson, Ideal Home Loans, 303-867-7000. Just run the scenario by him and get at least a prediction. Tim, I got to take a break, but I want to know about this house lease. Is this something where you're the renter or you're the landlord, Tim?
I'm the landlord.
Okay, you hang on. We'll come back to you. And I'm Tom Martino with more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
We cleared out several earlier fender benders northbound I-25, pretty heavy from Lincoln to 6th. Southbound I-25 sluggish through downtown Denver from I-70 passing Colfax. I-70 is at the speed limit right now, both directions. Westbound I-76 bunches up before I-270, and westbound I-270 is pretty busy getting into Commerce City. Fox 31. There are a few clouds today with a high near 82. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, highs right around 90. Then scattered thunderstorms Friday and over the weekend, highs dropping back down to 72 by Monday. Right now, it's 70 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Dustin Ritchie, 630 KHOW.
When you think of Prohibition, it's more or less connected to religious fanatics and gangsters, but the real story is far more complex and reasonable. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So, Mark and Suzanne's first motorhome they bought at Century RV, and they're building a new facility up there just to take care of customers. Mark, I don't know if you've been up there lately. How much is done? Do you know that that facility is like a $10 million facility? And it's exit 240 and I-25 on the frontage road. In any case, it's such a beautiful facility. Plus, they have deals. They don't have any supply chain issues. And if you're looking for an RV, new or used, whether it's a travel trailer, a fifth wheel, a motorhome, check them out. 303-453-1111. And that's Century, as in 100, centuryrv.com. All right, let's talk about property. I call it property insults. They could be disasters, calamities, whatever you want to call them. But I will tell you this. When your property is hit, it's going to ruin your day. And I'll tell you, American Restoration 24/7 is the company you want to be there. Because if you do it wrong, you're going to rue the day, because your insurance will only pay once and you could be left with a mess. So even if your insurance is paying, don't let them pick the restoration company. Don't just go to Google to pick one. You go to American Restoration. Rock and his team have all the certifications for anything you need, whether it be a meth house in one of your rentals, an unattended death, crime, pipe breaks, mold, asbestos, whatever you need. You can get it at American Restoration. Here's the phone number. It's 8337-AM-REST. That stands for American Restoration. 8337-AM-REST.
So many people have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. You go online and enter your address at orchard.com. Takes just a couple of minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
With credit card rates on the rise, there's never been a better time to consolidate debt into your mortgage. It's really true. It's a strategic way to get out of debt faster and save hundreds on interest. Plus, you have only one manageable monthly payment to focus on. You just have to call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans. Hey, it's Michael Brown here. I like American Financing because they have salary-based mortgage consultants. That means you're getting a no-pressure lending experience that's focused on you, and they never charge any upfront or hidden fees. So why not take 10 minutes to learn more? You can get a free mortgage review where you will learn about custom loan options before moving forward. If you like what you hear, you can pre-qualify for free, and you might close in as little as 10 days. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
And another one.
Another political mailer?
Don't worry, honey. I looked into all the candidates. Lori Sain, she sided with open border radicals, even donated to their campaigns.
Really?
Lori Sain put criminals first, sided with the liberals in Denver, and voted to shield criminals' identities.
What about our safety?
Exactly. She even led Colorado's Never Trump movement. She says she's conservative, but Lori Sain's actions are downright liberal.
Isn't Barb Kirkmeyer running?
She is, and Kirkmeyer's my choice.
Didn't Kirkmeyer pledge to fund Trump's wall and end Biden's disastrous immigration policies?
Yeah, and when it comes to crime, Kirkmeyer stands strong with law enforcement, ensuring they have the funding they need.
We need someone like that representing us. Barb Kirkmeyer will fight the liberals in Washington and win. Barb's got my vote.
Paid for by Let America Work. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.letamericawork.com.
Are you tired of paying your broker's fees even when you lose your money? Call 866-901-SAFE. That's 866-901-255 for your complimentary retirement and income book. And join Al Martinez for the Retirement and Income Radio Show, Sundays at 7 a.m. or 3 p.m.
Hello, this is Kurt Gambier with Centennial Capital Partners. Government spending making you nervous? Find out what we think. Give us a call, 303-584-1161 to discuss.
Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research, Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA, SIPC, investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
Need a new roof? Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK. Never clean your gutters again, please. It's a dangerous job. Gutter helmetdenver.com. Gutter Helmet Denver. Give them a call. It's a patented system, and it really does work. 303-298-8888. It gives a finishing look. It reinforces your gutters. They actually repitch the gutters if needed, and you end up with a beautiful system. GutterHelmetDenver.com, 303-298-8888. So listen, Tim is a landlord, and he's going to talk about a problem with a lease. And I want everyone with a problem, question, or complaint to call us at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And I was debating whether or not I should talk about this coming up, my back surgery, not because of me or what happened with me, not so much about me, but I did not realize that if you take health problems, there's two health problems Americans have that are the most ubiquitous. Two. Obesity is one of them, and I mean a problem. I don't mean people are dropping dead from obesity, but some are. And then the next one is lower back pain or back pain. I did not realize how common back pain is in a life. I didn't realize it. So I might talk about it just because so many people suffer from it. And by the way, you would think most people having back surgery are in their later years. Not so. You get a lot of people who are in their 40s and 50s suffering. So Tim, what's going on? You're a landlord. What's the problem?
Well, there seems to be a discrepancy or something.
With what?
Told these people with a lease that they had to be out by the end of August. So
well, when's the lease up, Tim?
Well, that's the trouble, is that I do believe I left something out in the lease that says from July 31st or August 1st, 2021 to August 2022. I left the August part out of it.
But wait a minute, is it a one-year lease? Does it say 12 months? There must be something that terminates the lease.
No, it just has, I believe, a blank in the portion where it says 2. So from August 1st, 2021 to but it doesn't say 2. I made a mistake.
That might make it
hold on.
perpetual.
No, it can't. There's no such thing. It can't possibly be. We need to get Brad O'Brien on. I shouldn't say there's no such thing, but it would be considered unconscionable if you had a perpetual lease at a certain price. But I need to know this very specifically. It says from August 1, 2020 to, does it say 2 or what does it say? Exactly what does it say?
Well, it says from August 1st, 2021, and then 2, there's a blank there, and I didn't fill it in.
Okay, there's no, so it says 2, and there's nothing there. It's not August 2022, or it's not August period, or just a year. There's nothing there at all.
There's nothing there at all for my last examination of it.
Okay, now, but does it say anywhere in the recitals where you lay it out that this is a one-year lease?
No, only that I meant it to be a one-year lease.
Okay, well, what you meant it to be, but there's nothing in writing in that lease that says an annual lease or a one-year lease or anything.
It might even be good for him, meaning it's
month to month.
To a month to month.
That's exactly what I was getting at. It could be a month to month. We need to talk to Brad O'Brien about it. In fact, we should get him a copy of it. We can get you some good advice from him. But anyway, are these tenants assuming it is a perpetual lease?
Yeah, perpetual. I think they're going to try to rent it for eternity or the rest of my life.
No, did they say to you there is no end date?
They said it's a 2-year lease.
Okay, hold on. Where do they get the 2-year lease from?
I don't know. I think they filled it in themselves.
Well, is it filled in on their copy?
They won't let me see their copy.
Well, it doesn't matter, because if it's not on yours, it doesn't matter. You have the original copy, right?
That's from when all my examination is.
Wait, where is that? Okay. Can you get your hands on the lease and send us a copy?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want help, that's what we need to do. But I want to ask you something. What is your question?
Well, I want a 1-year lease.
Okay, you want him out, is that right?
Yeah, I want to move on.
Okay, hold on. What Mark said could be true. It could, if it's ambiguous, it could be construed as a month to month. They can't just fill in their copy if it's not initialed by you.
Yeah, but if it's ambiguous, I think it would go it's definitely ambiguous. Let's not even mess that up. But it's kind of weird because the landlord, I assume, wrote it. And what happens if it's ambiguous? It comes down to court, Tom.
It's construed against the person who drew it up, but that doesn't mean that it goes to perpetual either. I mean, that's why we need
meaning 99 years. I don't think you can go longer than that in real estate.
But I don't even know about that. All I'm saying is I think we need Brad O'Brien to tell us what happens in a case. If he walked in his office, get us a copy of that lease, or at least get Brad on, and we'll present it to him. Maybe he can just give his general gut feeling. Brad O'Brien, who's our real estate attorney, who can give us some ideas. 303-713-8255. Listen, it's important when you have a lease that you don't leave blanks like that, of course. Garage Magic, doing your garage floors, now's a beautiful time to have that done. Have a beautiful finish to your garage floors or patios. 720-600-HOME.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Nothing reported blocking right now around Denver. Northbound I-25 is cleared out. Southbound I-25 still sluggish through downtown Denver from I-7. Westbound I-76 bunches up before I-270. Westbound I-270 is busy getting into Commerce City, and I-225 is an easy drive right now getting through Aurora. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a few clouds today with a high near 82. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, highs right around 90. And then scattered thunderstorms Friday and over the weekend, highs dropping back down to 72 degrees. Right now, it's 70 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Dustin Ritchie, 630 KHAL.
Coming up on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, the Biden crime family has been busted lying again, as text messages now prove that Hunter Biden gave Joe Biden half of his salary. I'll give you all the details. Download the Ben Ferguson Podcast now.
All right, Colorado Pain Care has been helping me with my back, and I had some chronic issues, and then, they really did help me, and then it got worse, and if it wasn't for the recommendation they had, MRI and a neurosurgeon, I would be suffering. But they walked me through the entire process, and Dr. Mogum, he was lead on this as far as that goes. He made sure I got the care I needed, and then I went to a wonderful surgeon, got it taken care of. Now Colorado, they're still helping me. Let's just put it that way. Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. If you any pain, listen, they're going to do the least invasive, the least amount first. They're going to work with you, and they're going to get you out of pain. ColoradoPainCare.com. Check them out, please. 303-GOT-PAIN. Clinical hours from 7 to 7, multiple locations. 303-GOT-PAIN. All right, we're talking about a lot of financial stuff on this show, and there's one thing for sure. Become the Banker is a plan. It's not just a product. It's a plan to have a nest egg. And the way you do it is by overfunding life insurance on purpose. And you literally get this bundle that you borrow from instead of credit cards. You pay yourself back the same as you would a credit card, therefore accumulating even more money for your nest egg. You never pay tax on this money if you follow their plan. BecomeTheBanker.org. Do you know what you want in an auto repair facility? I know what I want. First of all, don't you want longevity? Of course you do. And, it's not to say new guys aren't good, but when you're in business more than 20 years, you have thousands of satisfied customers, then you have honesty, experience, knowledge, convenience, and value. It is tough to beat. SheridanAutotech.com. On Colfax and Lakewood, on Havana and Aurora. Call for details, 303-455-7242. Maintenance, heavy and light. Repairs, heavy and light. Plus, electrical issues, 303-455-7242.
It's Brian with Advanced Mud Jacking. 2022 is here, and it's going to be another busy year. Denver is growing, but concrete is still sinking. Porches, driveways, floors, they all settle over time. Advanced Mud Jacking at yahoo.com. 303-424-9441.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
The art of granite, and more. Right now, quartz is popular, and he has all of the latest colors. He is fabricating quartz daily. The material is wholesale to you. Even the tear out and haul away is free. And the bathroom is free when you have the kitchen done. You can get prices on the phone. Just give him a call. Give him some measurements, send him a photo, and you get a price. Don't miss out on his special deals. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919.
Tired of long waits and rushed care at the ER and urgent care clinic? Next time, stay home and let Dispatch Health bring the power of the hospital to you.
I call Dispatch Health. A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house.
They're the same caliber of people that you would see if you were at a hospital or an urgent care.
Dispatch Health can treat most non-life-threatening emergencies.
They can do the x-rays, they can do stitches,
Urinary tract infections, blood test, urinalysis, ultrasound.
It's almost everything that they can do at the ER.
You never feel rushed. They're there for you and only you.
I felt like their only patient.
And it costs no more than a trip to urgent care because Dispatch Health is covered by most insurance, including Medicare. See if we serve your home at dispatchhealth.com.
Dispatch Health really went above and beyond.
It's wonderful to have care come to your home.
House calls are back, and they're better than ever. Learn more at dispatchhealth.com.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
You know when you see a great deal on the phone and then you find out it's not for you? Not at Verizon.
They just gave us all a new iPhone 13.
So we both got the same great deal.
Yep.
Get iPhone 13 on us with select trade-in and 5G plans for every customer, current, new, everyone, to show the love. Only from Verizon. $799.99, 128 gigabytes only, device payment purchase with new or upgrade smartphone line required. Less up to $800 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader. That's the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. The question line is 888-646-8787.
Hi, it's Wes Moss, host of the new show, Retire Sooner. You can tune in Sundays at 11 a.m. I'll be covering the most important financial and lifestyle habits for a happy retirement. Retire Sooner with me, Wes Moss, Sundays at 11 a.m.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're going to get Brad O'Brien on right after the news at the top of the hour. Some people call that the bottom of the hour. I call it the top. Whatever you call it, it's when we're going to have him right after 11, right after. And we're going to talk about what happens when you make a mistake on a lease and what's the consequence for the landlord. Plus, any problems, questions, and complaints you have at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And Mark, in my absence, did we update at all the Western bags or Western delivery solutions? We
talked about it for about 10 seconds, but I mean, basically, as we discussed, they don't care what the public thinks about them. What do they give a crap for? They work directly off the radar for these airlines.
No, right, but did the airline do anything, Lufthansa?
Nothing's been done.
This is incredible to me. This is truly incredible. I think we need to contact now Lufthansa on.
I already did, Tom, and they didn't reach back. I emailed them, and they did not email us back.
Golly.
Sometimes just shutting up and not doing anything's the best answer.
You mean for them?
For them. That's their business model.
Maybe we give a number out where people can give feedback. That always works for us, always. When we have the Martino Marauders give all of their, feedback, I think it works. It really does. And if anyone's just listening, it's a very
Can you speak Italian?
It's not an Italian airline.
Oh, I thought it was.
It's German, right?
I don't know.
It doesn't sound.
I think
German, Mark.
We flew in Italy.
Oh, yeah, into Germany.
Oh.
Okay, by the way, also, PC Magazine did an incredible survey. They drove 10,000 miles across America with different phones. They went to 30 different cities and major rural areas, and they compared AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, the three networks. And I cannot believe how bad AT&T is in this survey. Now, I have AT&T, but do you know who they say kicked everyone's ass? T-Mobile.
That's because they piggyback off the other two.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they combined. They combined with Sprint, and I think in places where they don't have coverage, they piggyback off Verizon.
But why is their speed so much faster? Okay, for example, their maximum download speed, Verizon's number one there. But what I'm getting at is the overall average speed plus the upload speed is incredibly fast. The latency is tiny. The dropped calls, well, they all do pretty well with dropped calls, failed data. Anyway, they say that T-Mobile is best overall around the country in general. T-Mobile is a major company, right? I mean, I'm wondering, should I switch?
They combine with Sprint. They're pretty damn big.
Okay, so T-Mobile, I wonder what their prices are, let's say, compared to AT&T. Because, I paid for all my instruments, and I'm wondering if I should switch. I haven't done shopping for cell phones in a long time.
I remember when you had Verizon, you couldn't even get a call in this building.
No, Verizon.
And you lived with it for 10 years.
I don't like Verizon, actually. But I do like the idea of T-Mobile if they're cheaper. I don't know. I mean, really, I've not compared in a long time.
I got a portable satellite dish we played with over the weekend. It was kick-ass.
And satellite for what?
Internet.
Is
Starlink.
it fast? Fast?
It's real fast, and it sets up in 2 seconds.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Lightweight, bring it anywhere.
But as fast as, let's say, like
100 megabytes up and down, maybe faster.
Wow. Is that from Elon Musk?
He the man.
All right, we'll talk about that coming back and more on the Troubleshooter Show.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Denver's largest award-winning lighting showroom. Our locally owned and family-run business has been lighting Colorado homes for more than 40 years. Let our experts help you find your perfect lights during our 4th of July sale. Save 50% off MSRP on all lighting and 40% off ceiling fans. Hundreds of trendy styles and finishes in our curated galleries, from mountain modern to uptown loft to vintage rustic. Shop our Denver and Colorado Springs stores or online at urbanlightsdenver.com.
Are you or someone you love struggling with addiction? At the Raleigh House, their dedicated team of professionals understand that where you've been is different than where you're going. Join the Raleigh House of Hope to find connection, purpose, and to rewrite your story. Breathe deep. Feel at home. Reconnect with nature. Raleigh House understands your past and believe in the potential of your future. Reclaim your life and discover how capable you truly are. Don't let depression, anxiety, trauma, or addiction take your future from you. Call 720-797-8717.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Will Reeve. Condemnation of the inaction of Uvalde police during the Robb Elementary School shooting. Colonel Steve McCraw is director of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children.
That commander from the School District Police Department, Pete Arredondo, will discuss his role during another hearing today. The January 6th Select Committee holding its next hearing today. The committee looking at former President Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 election at the state level. The Supreme Court today ruling the state of Maine cannot exclude religious schools from voucher programs. Attorney General Merrick Garland visiting Ukraine and announcing that the U.S. Justice Department has launched a war crimes accountability team to hold accountable those who have committed war crimes and other atrocities in Ukraine. This is ABC News. 6 children around the country have died this year after being left in hot cars. The latest happened yesterday near Houston.
In fact, half of the nation's hot car deaths this year have been in Texas. On Monday, a woman in northeast Harris County left her 5-year-old son in the back seat of a rental car in her driveway. The child, apparently unfamiliar with how to open the door, succumbed to the heat of a 100-degree day and was found several hours later.
ABC's Jim Ryan. British rail workers walk off the job demanding more pay and job security.
Most of the stations here are deserted today as the week-long strike action takes off. The Secretary General of the RMT Union, Mick Lynch.
The British worker needs a pay rise, they need job security, decent conditions, and a square deal in general. If we can get that, we won't have to have the disruption in the British economy that we've got now.
He blames foot dragging by the rail companies and the government, which could translate, he says, into a summer of strike action here affecting millions. Tom Rivers, ABC News, London.
Will Reeve, ABC News.
These days, it's getting harder and harder to find savings. But you may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it today with a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. That means you could unlock thousands of dollars from your home. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could get all that cash in as little as 3 weeks. Put your hard-earned money to work. Pay down high-interest debt and combine your balances into one simple, low monthly payment. Now is your perfect opportunity to take control of your financial future. So what are you waiting for? When you want to consolidate debt and simplify your finances, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
KHOW News Time, 11:03.
The man killed in a weekend shooting on I-70 has been identified. 37-year-old John Jaros of Glen Haven was driving to a campsite with his family Saturday night when he was shot and killed in a suspected street racing incident on I-70. Police are still searching for two vehicles that may have been involved in the shooting. Jaros was an assistant fire chief. Fellow volunteer firefighter Linda Lambert tells Fox 31 Jaros and his family are known for helping others.
They're very community service oriented.
Jaros was self-employed, and the fire department is gathering donations for his wife and children through the bank of Estes Park. A new audit criticizing the city's oversight of Denver water. The report from Denver Auditor Timothy O'Brien says Denver puts too much trust in Denver water to calculate city water bills, and the city's ongoing decision-making process for moving sewer billing in-house has not looked at all factors to ensure success. O'Brien says changes to utilities impact every resident of Denver, so the decision-making process should be as comprehensive and accurate as possible. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster. We're looking for a wreck westbound I-76 before I-270. We are all stopped up passing Vasquez now. Northbound I-25 has cleared out. Southbound I-25 sluggish through downtown Denver from I-70 past Colfax. I-70 is at the speed limit both directions through town. Westbound I-270 pretty crowded getting into Commerce City. And I-225 is an easy drive through Aurora. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a few clouds today with a high near 82. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, highs right around 90, then scattered thunderstorms and highs dropping back down to 72 over the weekend. Right now it's 72 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. I'm Dustin Ritchie, 630 KHOW. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want excellence in roofing, Excel Roofing. They don't handle contract and expect you to sign over the entire insurance check. They want you to know exactly what's wrong with your roof. So they'll get up there and inspect it free of charge and without you signing anything. Then you'll know where you stand when the adjuster comes. And Excel can even help you negotiate with the adjuster if you need to. And when you do sign a contract with Excel Roofing, they don't even make you pay a penalty clause if you change your mind. That's because they're confident they can keep you happy. But remember, you don't pay a penny until you're happy. They don't do any of those tricks. What they do is they'll help you assess the damage on your roof free of charge and with no obligation. They'll write up a full detailed contract. They will fight for you for that claim. They will help you through the claim. They will ask for not a dime until the entire job is done. That's the way it's done. 303-761-6400. 761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com. Save on AC with QCColorado.com. Cool air all night long. QCColorado.com.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Gas money. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630 KHOW.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom, and we are kicking butt, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life a little easier. And Renew Home Innovations, I was at his showroom doing a TV commercial yesterday, talking about something and seeing it, two different things. The wall systems, I swear to you, I was looking at stone. It's a ground-up quartz product that looks like any stone. They have all kinds of finishes, zero grout. No maintenance. I mean, I just can't believe what a beautiful shower you can have with Renew Home Innovations. And then, of course, they have this drain. They don't have that old-fashioned drain in the middle anymore. You can have a perimeter drain, which is beautiful. You can put grab bars and seats anywhere you want. It's just a wonderful product. Renew Home Innovations. They stock everything, no supply chain problems, and they are charging half on installation and special 24-month financing. Think about that with no interest. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. So let's continue our discussion. We have a situation where this landlord, Tim, he leased out a home, and he put down there that it starts. I'm going to bring up Brad O'Brien right now, olslaw.com, our real estate expert. If you could, I'll explain it to you. So, all right, somewhere I'm getting a terrible echo. We got to figure this out. Okay. Somebody is listening to the show while I'm trying to talk to him. So
that might have been Brad. We're trying to get him back up. Hold on.
Okay. All right. 303-713-TALK is our number. But Tim has this lease and a start date. And is he still there? Let's see if we can
He's
get
there.
Brad. Okay, Brad O'Brien, real estate attorney. Let's talk. Brad, so Tim, the landlord, rented out this place, and he says the lease in the from so-and-so to so-and-so, he put in from August 1, 2021 to, and it was left blank. Now, fill in the blank. It's blank. And he wants them out in August or at the end of July 2022 because he says it's a one-year lease. They say it's a 2-year lease. Well, they could say 5 years. I mean, could they say 10 years? What happens in a case like this, Brad?
Well, Colorado has a statute of frauds, which requires any lease that's longer than a year to be in writing enforceable. So the tenants can enforce an oral lease up to 1 year, but if they're saying it's 2 years and anything above 1 year, they should not be able to enforce anything more than 1 year because it's not in writing.
Oh, because it doesn't have the end date being 2 years away. So that means it's not in writing there. Is it a month to month or is it a 1 year? If he wanted them out earlier, for example, could he say it was meant to be month to month?
Well, that's a different question. I would look at the lease to say whether it is a one lease or, well, I mean, it doesn't say it doesn't. A court would hear whatever evidence there is along the lines of timeliness. The court might look at how often was rent to be paid. Once a month, once a year, once every 6 months. So sometimes how often rent is used by the court to determine what the periodic tenancy is. But
so what do you think? Go ahead. In this case, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The statute of frauds is going to limit the tenant's right to enforce this lease for anything more than 1 year.
Tim, that's good news for you. Did you hear that?
I heard that, and I think that's what I'm going to go by then.
Does it say anything about options or renewal in it, Tim?
No, there's no option to renew.
Now, listen, here's what I would do. I would spend the money to have Brad O'Brien write a letter to them expecting it to be done at the end of the year and let him quote the law instead of you doing it, because I think it would have more weight and it would be an official notice to get out. That's what I would do. And
all right. Well, then I'll do that then.
Because really, if you think about it, it's one of those things that I wouldn't want to screw up. I just wouldn't. O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com. It's Brad O'Brien. And seriously, or get some attorney. I'm not trying to drum up business for him, but we trust him. But I think you can help on this one because I think they're going to look for anything they can to trick you on it. And so, but what he said was clear. He said the statutes of fraud say anything more than a year has to be in writing. And since it's not in writing, they can't enforce more than a year. So he can put that eloquently into a letter and terminate your lease, and I think you'd be safe on that one.
The only thing we didn't mention to Brad, though, on this one is The guy told us, Tim told us, they said it's a 2-year, and he thinks their copy says 2-year.
Well, he doesn't know if it says 2 years. Tim, did they lead you to believe there was something written in that space on their copy?
Yeah, they led me to believe that.
Well, okay.
There.
Do they have did you sign 2 originals or 1 original?
It was 1 original.
And then you made a photocopy. Did you make a copy for them?
Yeah, I believe, made a copy for them to look at. And then somehow or the other, there was another copy floating around.
But was it the other copy floating around? Was it signed by all parties?
It's signed, but the one with the blank on it, the one with the blank to 2, I believe that was signed by them.
And the one, if the one they have filled in, was it signed by both of you? I mean, in other words, did you have 2 signed copies, and then they took the one they had signed and filled in that date?
I do believe they took the copy that was signed and filled in.
Hey, Tom, you bring up an interesting thing. If there's 2 leases and they're both signed by both parties, one has a date, one doesn't, what the hell's the right one?
Brad O'Brien, which one would be the right one?
Well, the court would decide what is the contract. And the contract doesn't have to be the document that says, lease at the top. It could actually be several documents, all comprising one contract. So, but generally, anything that's going to be held against the landlord here of greater than 1 year would have to be signed or otherwise acknowledged by him. Like it's an email he sent acknowledging it's more than 1 year, or something that has his signature.
Just filling in the document isn't going to make it binding on him.
If somebody filled in 2 years after the landlord signed it, I don't think that's proper.
Because it would be reflected. It would have to be reflected, in my opinion, on both copies.
Whenever both parties signed, that's when there was a meeting of the minds. And if somebody changed something after that, that's not a meeting of.
Yeah, but what if they claim they didn't change it afterwards? What if they claim it was there when they both signed?
Oh, well, that's a different question. That's who's going to be credible in court.
Right. And I think what would be credible is showing the one, say, listen, why would you want, if we have 2 original copies signed, why is one of them blank if you intended it to be 2 years? And I think they'd have a tough time explaining why only their copy has a date on it, because that's just too obvious to me. Because otherwise, they would have to accuse him of erasing the date on his or something. It just doesn't. Go ahead.
Right. The copy that's signed by the landlord seems to be the most relevant one. But if someone's going to claim fraud or that's an entirely different matter.
Tim, I need to ask you something. How much are they digging in their heels on this?
Well, I mean, the rent's really low. It's $1,300 a month.
Wow.
And that's why they're digging their heels.
Yep. You don't wait till the end of you better write that letter now and get this done, because they could likely hold out on this.
I mean, they could rent it for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they can do that because, as Brad said, they can't enforce it beyond a year. Unless, and the rest of your life, worst case scenario is a judge believed you made a 2-year lease. That would be the very worst case scenario.
Very worst, I guess,
Yeah, so an extra year, but.
Yeah. Well, I'll call Brad up. And,
that's a good idea. That's really a good idea. And Brad O'Brien we use for a lot of things here on the show. And his number is, let's see, we have him here. Well, it's some OLS law. I'll find it here. And there it is, 720-370-7388. 720-370-7388. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
The Raleigh House offers more than just substance abuse rehabilitation and recovery. It offers a place to find connection, a sense of purpose, and an opportunity to rewrite your story. Addiction and trauma can leave you feeling alone without purpose. Breathe deep. Feel at home. Reconnect with nature at the Raleigh House of Hope. Don't let depression, anxiety, trauma, or addiction take your future from you. If you or someone you love is suffering, the Raleigh House is here to help. Call now, 720-797-8717. That's 720-797-8717.
If you are looking for a reverse loan, it is a very special animal. You know, it's for tapping the equity in your home tax-free. It's for living off that equity, maybe for assisted living, maybe a line of credit for special things, or you need a monthly payment coming in to augment your retirement. Whatever it is, there are a few ones that we recommend. One of them, Empower Reverse Mortgage. Mark can set up a helpline to answer questions, not to do a hard close. You may have tons of questions about reverse loans. If you're 62 or older and have equity, and in some rare cases, 55 years old, call them, 720-500-7719. That's Empower, E-M-P-O-W-E-R, EmpowerReverse.com, 720-500-7719. Something that is critical to everyone is an estate plan. An estate plan should be established and updated every now and then. Blake Harris Law has everything you need to get started with your estate plan. He can meet with you immediately on the internet. You never have to leave your home, and you can have all of your estate plans. First, you can ask your questions, any questions, and get free answers. That's right, free legal advice. 833-ASK-BLAKE. He only charges for fees for what he actually does for you. So that's BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
As we age, we can't always plan on good health, but you can plan long-term care coverage to give peace of mind to you and your family. Hey, it's Mandy Connell, and a great way to learn about long-term care is to join my friends from 525 Advisors for their upcoming free long-term care planning live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. You'll learn so much. 525 Advisors will explain how long-term care works, what the coverage pays for, and you'll discover all the new options and different ways to fund a plan. They even have plans with lifetime benefits that pay back if you use it. Then when you're ready, 525 Advisors will design a custom plan with you, just like they're doing for my husband and me right now. I love how much time they've spent with us, and it's not just me. Read the reviews. People love working with Brian and Madeline at 525 Advisors. So get the great peace of mind long-term care coverage gives you. Sign up now for the free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 4. Sign up at 525longtermcare.com. That's 525longtermcare.com.
You know, I've talked about Blue Sky CBD for quite some time. I've had a great experience with these products, just getting better and better. I know a lot of you, hundreds and hundreds of you, have tried it and feel the same way. And the feedback that you've been sharing in reviews is terrific. I've met the owners, and they shared some interesting info on the latest batch of their Max Relief Balm and how they tested to 2,700 milligrams. It's basically a free extra 200 milligrams. And this stuff has been amazing for me with aches and pains. The more and more I learn about CBD, the more thankful I become for this relationship with Blue Sky CBD. Also, I wanted to let you know that if you've used promo code KHOW as a one-time code, please feel free to use promo code DAVE, my first name, for 30% off your next order. If you or somebody you know could benefit, I highly recommend Blue Sky CBD and their entire line of products. BlueSky-CBD.com. Once again, it's BlueSky-CBD.com.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash. Now it's all been said, so if that your phone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is it, your last chance to win the new $15 million prize of a lifetime from Publishers Clearinghouse. There are just days left to enter to win $15 million on June 30th, so you must at PCH.com before it's too late. $15 million, all for you. But time is running out, so enter now at PCH.com. The $15 million prize of a lifetime. Don't miss your last chance to win it this June 30th. Enter now at PCH.com. Entry 628. No purchase necessary. Prize paid at least $390,000 annually. Void or prohibited.
Hurting your neck or back can be a serious hit to your happiness and way of life. Pain relief doesn't have to mean an endless cycle of medication and doctor visits. Spine One's effective, minimally invasive treatments for back, neck, and joint pain have helped Colorado live pain-free for more than 20 years. And with same-day appointments at Spine One, you can get the help you need today. If you're ready to get your life back from back pain, call Spine One today. 303-367-BACK or online at spineone.com.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
A little bit of a cool down for your Tuesday. Temperatures today in the leaves with mostly sunny skies. Overnight upper 50s, then tomorrow a little warmer in the upper 80s with slight chance for storms. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
After mass shootings, there are always calls to do something. But what if that something doesn't stop the next shooting? We're going to have a data-driven conversation with Dr. John Lott. He started the Crime Prevention Center. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of The Truth with Lisa Booth on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bonnie Shields joins us from Bonnie Shields Law, Family Law, which she does divorces and separations, and she does mediations and child custody issues and support, all of that stuff. And Bonnie, any changes since we last talked in the marketplace? The economy, they say, puts big pressure. Big pressure. We know that the pandemic put pressure on marriages. What about the economy?
Sure it has, Tom, with people that were laid off for some time, caused problems. What it's done to the real estate market has made it difficult in some respects to settle cases now.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, in Colorado, so for instance, if somebody wants to keep the house, you get an appraisal. But the appraisal doesn't take into account that when you actually put it on the market, somebody offers you $60,000 over asking price, or I don't know what the average is.
Right. No, I know.
It was happening now. Apparently, I've heard that that's curbing. I don't know, but so it's been really hard. If you buy somebody out of their half of the house using the appraisal, somebody's losing some money there. So it's it's just kind of set everything into a tailspin here.
I never thought of that. That's a good one, though. That really is something that, for sure. So what you need to do is basically, you need to do some kind of virtual sale. You know what they did in one divorce I know about in California? They actually went out and got offers of people willing to buy it. They didn't sell, which is weird, but they got offers. Is that weird?
It is weird, but boy, would that be helpful to know truly what could we get from this.
Yeah.
If we are on the market. Otherwise, how do you just don't know. And don't know whether you represent the person wanting to stay in the house or the person wanting to be bought out.
They were not disingenuous because they would have sold with the right price. I mean, who's to say they wouldn't have? But they took the high and the low and they threw it out and took the middle one. So,
wow.
Yeah. So if somebody tried to go artificially high or artificially low, it was thrown out. And so it ended up with the middle one being accepted. And they went as if they sold it. And now listen to this. And they did a worksheet on it, subtracting commissions and all of that, plus the taxes for capital gains, if any, and then came up with a net amount, and that's what they could settle on.
I think that's a fabulous idea.
Yeah, it can be. Okay, now we do have some follow-ups, and then Glenn, you have a question about your month-to-month, but Smarty Marty wants to follow up maybe one or two cases. Smarty, what's going on?
Yes, hey, Tom, this is the follow-up of the McDonald's Hyundai alleged leak of the transmission.
This was a while ago, wasn't it?
Well, that's just Friday. I got the case on Friday.
Oh, it was Mark. Okay, go ahead. It's not on here. Got it.
So the customer is Thomas Brown.
Okay.
Who, he has a 100,000-mile warranty on his Hyundai, and it's at 97,000 miles.
Okay, hold on a sec. Where am I getting the echo? Shannon, where am I getting the echo, bro? I'm hearing
It's from
all
Marty.
kinds of sound. Are you sure it's from Marty? Oh, it's gone now. So, but Marty knows better. He's not listening to the show while he's
my wife was on the other phone. That was my phone.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Okay.
Go ahead. So Thomas, he had a Hyundai.
Okay. So he says there's a leak in the transmission. He brings it to McDonald's Hyundai to inspecting that the warranty will cover. The inspection says it's not leaking. It's called seepage, which is some sort of condensation, according to Hyundai.
But where is it leaking?
Or
where is it seeping?
Seeping up, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a mechanic.
All right, got it.
So, I was frustrated the whole weekend because I can't get a hold of anybody.
But it's is it the transmission?
That's what I believe it is. That's what the complaint is.
But Mark, have you ever heard? He's had Hyundais out the nose. Have you ever heard of seepage?
I think what they're saying is at one point they did the rear main seal, and they're saying that the oil that he's seeing there is old. It's not actually leaking, but the caller said it's actually leaking on his garage. This one's pretty cut and dry, man. If they get it over to Kimmer Transmission, Jeff can tell us, is this a warranty issue or not?
Okay, so I guess that's what he'll have to do is to go get another opinion. It's in the best interest of McDonald's to find the leak because they would get under warranty by Hyundai.
If there was, that's right. If there was a leak,
right.
I get it.
I was telling you I couldn't get a hold of anybody, and I was getting frustrated. And Tom, you know how I get angry. I'll send an email and say, hey, I'd rather be told to, get out of town than to be ignored. Well, that email got his attention, and he finally called me, and he apologized, and I spoke at length with Vince. He's the general manager, and we discussed this case explicitly. In fact, we were texting as I'm still waiting online, and he's confident there's no leak. He says the customer can go get another opinion.
Okay, good.
He feels he's wasting his money, but if he finds a leak, it's in Hyundai's best interest because they'll get paid.
Yeah, they get paid. Tom, have you ever had rear seepage?
No, not since I stopped the cod liver oil. Anyway, so Smarty, do you have any other cases?
No, that's the only one. He did. The GM did say he'll give the customer a discount if he wants to get it fixed without not under warranty. He says it will not get covered under warranty, but he'll give him a discount.
But why? I don't get it. Why wouldn't it be
covered? And I don't
covered?
get that either. If it's not, I guess it's just not that bad. And I guess Hyundai's position is that they won't cover it. That's the bottom line. And if he would be committing fraud if he got it covered the way they inspect.
We just got to look at it.
Yeah. Hey, if the third party says it's leaking, Hyundai would love to hear that. And he's confident it won't come to that.
I never heard anybody define leaking and seepage different. Like, hey, your car is seeping oil out, but it's not leaking. I think that does sound a little funny.
I think what they mean by that is this. I think, Mark, do you remember when people would complain that in between oil changes, they've had to add oil, and they never had to do that before? And then if you look at the warranty of most vehicles, they define high oil consumption as 1 quart in 500 miles. Remember that? Or is it 1,000 miles? Some crazy...
Depending on the cars. I actually owned a RX-8, which was a rotary engine. Man, that thing would eat... It would eat at least 1 quart a month of oil.
And they defined, like Ford had this outrageous consumption that they would allow on their trucks before they would call it a problem. And it could be that's what the guy means is that, yeah, you're getting some seepage, but it doesn't rise to the
No, but they're
level.
talking transaxle or transmission fluid, so it's not like they're even checking the level. He's seeing it drip on his driveway.
Well, I just got a text from the GM who said he just sent me the video evidence of what he's talking about, and if you want, I'll send it on to you.
Yeah, send it to us. Send it to us. We'll put it up. We'll put it up on the feed Thanks, Marty. Okay, that's Smart Pants, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And Glenn, what is your question on that month-to-month?
I've got a lease that started the 1st of April of 22. It's wrote in that it's a month-to-month lease. I want to terminate the lease. I made a termination of a month-to-month lease that not be renewed on July 1st. Did it on her door on the 15th. I've since found out that they need at least 21-day notice.
Yep.
I was wondering what day would be the best.
Okay,
day
here's how they consider that. When they talk about a notice, it's from the time the next rent is due. So it all has to do on how they pay. If they pay from the 1st to the 1st or the 15th to the 15th, if it's the 15th to the 15th, you have to give 21 days notice from the 15th.
Okay.
It's all, and Brad had gone over that before, Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com. He has gone over that before, and the cycle is set by when rent is due.
Okay.
Yeah, and the same goes for the tenant, by the way. If somebody listening out there is a tenant and wants to get out, they got to give 21 days.
All right.
And that's for written month-to-month leases that don't specify it.
Right. Good.
And thanks, Glenn. This brings up a good problem, a good topic, and that is that people who try to do their own leases, they don't cover all of the bases. That is why you don't have to do it every single time, but at least get a master lease that works. And for that, you should use a real estate attorney. Then once you get that done, you can then duplicate it if you want. But so many people leave little things out. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will do a market valuation of a home for the asking. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And we're going to be hearing more about what Frank can do for you when it comes to buying and selling. Coming up, his number is 303-920-1622.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster. We're working on a blocking wreck westbound I-76 at 74th. We're backed up from 88th right now. Northbound I-25 has cleared out, but southbound I-25 pretty sluggish through downtown Denver from I-70 passing Colfax. I-70 is at the speed limit both directions right now. Westbound I-270 still crowded into Commerce City, and I-225 is a pretty easy drive getting through Aurora.
We won't hear him right now. He's getting ready to do it live. You seen any shows?
Well, I was in New York, so I saw some.
What'd you see? Cats.
That's still playing.
Hamilton?
No, I saw the greatest show. I've seen it twice now. It's called MJ. It's based on Michael Jackson.
Oh, I'd love that.
That kid, he just won.
What is it? It's a musical.
It's a musical.
Does it start his young days?
No, but it flashes back. It's when he's getting ready for one of his big tours, some real tour that he did, and all the practices and all that, and then it flashed back to a little bit of this when he was a kid,
and his
how abusive his dad was and all that. This kid
And comparables, and then what your horizon is looking at other homes. There is no obligation for that. But if you decide to list with Frank, this is what I love. He'll never hold you to a long-term deal. So if you're unhappy or change your mind for any reason, there's no penalty clause or anything. He'll simply let you out of the contract. And that's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You don't do any better. 303-920-1622. The Art of Granite is so proud of its deals, it will give you a price on the phone. And that's Mitch Florida, the owner. Gosh, I've known Mitch for so long. He fabricates all of the countertops and only charges you for the actual fabrication and installation. The actual granite, whatever the price is, or the stone, he sells to you at wholesale with no dealer markup. He also tears out and hauls away free and does the bathroom vanity free when you have the kitchen done, or a free sink. The Art of Granite in Golden. If you want to go to their showroom, call first for a price, 386-5919. Any man-made material or natural stone. 303-386-5919.
Hi, this is David Nestor, owner of Urban Lights, Denver's largest award-winning lighting showroom. Our locally owned and family-run business has been lighting Colorado homes for more than 40 years. Let our experts help you find your perfect lights during our 4th of July sale. Save 50% off MSRP on all lighting and 40% off ceiling fans. Hundreds of trendy styles and finishes in our curated galleries, from mountain modern to uptown loft to vintage rustic. Shop our Denver and Colorado Springs stores or online at urbanlightsdenver.com.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. For Ideal Home Loans, there's still reason to refi with Ideal Home Loans interest rate guarantee. If rates go down, they refi you free of charge. 303-867-7000. Get rid of high interest debt, remodel instead of moving, or buy new with their exclusive pre-approval, putting you at par with cash buyers. 303-867-7000. Every loan customized for you. First they listen, then they lend. IdealHomeLoans.com. 303-867-7000.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid twice? How's that even possible? To sell your home and get paid twice? You can with Orchard. It's simple. Orchard makes you a solid cash offer on your home. If you agree, boom, here's your cash. Orchard handles everything from there. Paint, repair, clean, list, and show your home. And if your old home sells for more than Orchard paid you for it, you get the upside cash. That bears repeating. When your old home sells for more than Orchard paid for it, you get paid again. And that happens 99% of the time with Orchard. Look, in this hot Denver market where there's so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, only Orchard pays you the upside when your old home sells for more. Want to get paid twice when you sell your home? I know I would. Learn how and get a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Tired of long waits and rushed care at the ER and urgent care clinic? Next time, stay home and let Dispatch bring the power of the hospital to you.
I call Dispatch Health. A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house. They're the same caliber of people that you would see if you were at a hospital or an urgent care.
Dispatch Health can treat most non-life-threatening emergencies.
They can do the x-rays, they can do stitches,
urinary tract infections, blood test, urinalysis, ultrasound.
It's almost everything that they can do at the ER.
You never feel rushed. They're there for you and only you.
I felt like their only patient.
And it costs no more than a trip to urgent care because Dispatch Health is covered by most insurance, including Medicare. See if we serve your home at dispatchhealth.com.
Dispatch really went above and beyond. It's wonderful to have care come to your home.
House calls are back, and they're better than ever. Learn more at dispatchhealth.com.
Some things we would have never have guessed, like Hilton Head. We were pulling a car, and it was on a trailer. So Hilton Head was one of the only places you couldn't keep the trailer on site just because it's an island. There's not a lot of room.
Where's that Hilton Head at?
Hilton Head's North Carolina, or south, north or south.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, that was our furthest destination. So when you get there, I had to drop the trailer, put the trailer on the car, tow the trailer somewhere. So there's different things we learned that we would have done differently. Like I wouldn't have stayed at that place if I.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a lot of fun, and it's so cool being in your own place. There's nothing like it.
You guys been
Sinking concrete? Go with the company that has 30 years of Colorado experience. I'm Brian with Advanced Mud Jacking. We use cement, nothing toxic.
Mainland's absolute hell. Do not go to the mainland. You want to hit the island or one of the islands. I'm not even sure what it's broken up, but absolutely gorgeous. What is it, Tom? Of which one? Of which one? The seepage? I don't think he can hear me. Can you hear me?
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Garage Magic, do your patios, your pool deck, your walkways with a beautiful coating that will last forever, and it's impervious to ice and snow and oil and gas, a lifetime warranty. And it's I'm telling you, GarageMagic.com, 720-600-HOME. Okay, let's talk. 303-867-7000. 713-TALK. Now, Mark's got a comment on dividing up homes in a divorce. Bonnie Shields is with us, and she says it's getting tricky because an appraisal doesn't always tell the real story. And I talked about people in California who actually went out and got offers throughout the high and the low and went with the middle and then calculated what the net proceeds would be and split it that way. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that my understanding was if they got an appraisal that might not reflect true value because somebody might offer 50, 60 above
That's
the
right.
list.
That's
Did I
right.
understand that correctly?
That's right. That's what was one of the concerns, yes.
Here's the problem with that theory is if you do the appraisal correctly, I get this all the time. I have a list price of say $800,000 and it's under contract for $850,000. The comparables I use, that over listing price for my comparables is already factored into it, because the comparables I'm using are typically listed about maybe 10% below the contract price that I'm using for the comparable sales. So I guess what I'm saying is that over above list offer, that should be factored in already with your comparable sales.
Then why, Mark, do appraisals many times turn out to be lower than the sales price?
It could be the date of the sale. The thing obviously is to get the most recent sales possible. I just did a sale. It was a refinance up in Broomfield, and I used 5 comparable sales. Every one of them was at least 10% above the list price. So you got to be careful of what list price is and what contract prices are. And like I've been doing this for 23 years, and if it's done correctly and you use the proper sales, you're going to get a reliable value.
So the values that you do are basically how many of them actually sell for more than the appraisal?
Lately, sell for more than the appraisals?
Yeah, the ones that the appraisals that you do, how many of them are being sold for more?
Like Frank Duran sells virtually everything about, 5-7% over. They got to come to the table with cash because the appraisal's not there.
He has been selling up to 15% over, yeah.
That has happened in the last 18 months especially, but with the new data, and we've got a lot more data. I've got a lot more data now that says, you know what, and so on my comparable sales, I look at what it's listed for and what it's sold for.
Got it. I get what you're saying. You're saying that now that we've had so many higher sales, those sales actually become historical data, so the appraisals get more accurate.
But one of the parties, Ronnie, might just say, I don't accept that appraisal anyhow. Or do they have to? Does the judge force it down their throat?
No, of course not. What do you mean force? It's for lenders.
You can hire you can hire another appraisal if you don't like how that one came in.
Yeah, but the point is, for lending purposes, what their appraiser says is God. They don't care. There's no law. That's just who they go with.
Well, in an increasing market, let's go back 2 years. In an increasing market, I was consistently coming in below a contract price. In the last 6 months, it has not been a problem.
No, I get what you're saying, Mark. That's pretty obvious. In fact, we asked the question once on the show that if all of the homes seem to be selling for more than an appraisal, when will appraisals catch up with comps? And you're saying about 18 months it happened.
That's kind of a rule of thumb. This has been a crazy market. In the last 6 months, I have not come in below any sale prices. There's been enough data.
That's great.
Okay.
I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah, that's good for a divorce attorney. Thank you, Mark. And he's been doing it for a long time. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brittany, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Let me ask, I just want to ask Bonnie something on that. If if they do split and someone gets the house, and of course you want the other person off the loan, well, if they can't, what happens if they can't get off the loan and they can't keep the house? Do they just got to sell it?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
judge
you
can
can't. You
force the
can't
sale.
make. They can't keep you on the loan after a divorce.
No,
they
they
can't.
usually give you some time period. It's usually like 60 or 90 days to refinance. And there's always an order in there that says, and if you can't get it done in this time period, it goes on the market.
All
And
right.
here's what happens with the proceeds.
That's Bonnie Shields' law. And hold on, we have more coming up. Brittany, I'll take you right after the break.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
We're still working on our blocking stall westbound I-76 at 74th. Traffic is thinning out, but we're still backed up from 88th. Westbound I-270 also crowded in Commerce City. Northbound I-25, some slowing getting up into Thornton. I-70 is at the speed limit both directions across Denver, and I-225 is an easy drive through Aurora. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a few clouds today with a high near 82. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, highs right around 90 degrees. Then scattered thunderstorms for the weekend, highs dropping back down to 72 degrees by Monday and Tuesday. Right now it's 73 with your Impact Traffic and Weather. I'm Dustin Ritchie, KHOW.
When you think of Prohibition, it's more or less connected to religious fanatics and gangsters, but the real story is far more complex and reasonable. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, Simply Floors, Inc. does a great job at making the floor transaction what it should be, because you know what? Product alone does not tell the story. Neither do prices. What about installation? If a floor is not appropriate for what you need, none of that matters. But Simply Floors, Inc. puts it all together. They have a design consultant to help you pick the right floor, along with the owners, Buddy and Karen Mitchell. Then they have the great pricing of a buying group, of a giant group, that puts their prices below the big boxes. Then they have better installers and a better overall experience. That's simply how it is at simplyfloorsinc.com. That's where you make your own appointment, simplyfloorsinc.com.
Check the mail for Valpak and you could be an instant winner. That's right. Tucked in with those coupons is your chance to win big. From cash and gift cards to attraction and concert tickets. Every month it's something new with prizes for the whole family. Go ahead, open that blue envelope of savings to see if you've won. Because with Valpak Instant Win, there's nothing to buy or do to cash in. Just thousands of real winners winning real prizes. No strings attached. It pays to open Valpak. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Prices are randomly inserted. See specially marked Valpak envelopes for details.
If you're a homeowner, chances are you have a lot of equity built up. And that equity, well, it can be accessed as cash to improve your life. You just have to call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans. Hey, it's Michael Brown reminding you that a mortgage refinance can help you get the funds that you need to eliminate debt, improve your home, or pay for college. Really anything you want, because it's your money. So why not learn more? The salary-based mortgage consultants at American Financing will give you a free mortgage review, helping you understand custom loan options before moving forward. No pressure, no obligation, no upfront or hidden fees. It really is an experience that's focused on you. And if you start soon, you could skip up to 2 months of payments, creating greater upfront savings. So call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or online, AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334.
An attorney, they want you to do everything.
Oh,
probably.
they think I have magic powers. I'm going to lower your dues. You get that for free.
We're going to up your shit.
You know, they want all this shit done, but it comes from the HOA. The HOA pays for it, but you pay for the HOA, you idiot. I know. They haven't. I'm glad I did it only in that I know how it works now, and I'm getting off. I'm getting off of it.
Never to be suckered in again.
The board has just asked me, the president asked me, don't do it till after our annual meeting, because if I wait till after the annual meeting, the board gets to point who they want, rather than it going to a vote, because they're afraid certain people might keep up there.
It's so political.
It is so, and actually the person they were worried about just put his up on the market this past weekend. He's our neighbor. He's leaving. And
See the one I met? They got the dog right there.
yeah, it's
Kind of a fly by night.
his fiance moved out a few months ago, and I think he's using. They say that he uses meth. I just kind of wouldn't be surprised. seeing the stuff he sent me, the emails, and Daddy's done his box of rocks or both.
Or both.
But he gets all the people that live up there full time together, and they have these group meetings about how horrible I am, and I'm doing the best I can.
He seemed odd. We just met him for half a second.
Yeah. Oh, he can be real nice, but
Yeah.
he told me last week that I was
Drugs do it, man.
worthless, I think was the phrase, as far as being helpful on the board, because I guess I have magic powers. He just didn't get it done.
No mortgage for anybody.
We're going to suspend your dues for 3 years.
Yeah, I can't.
You know, everything's gone up. How can your dues not go up? Everything the HOA pays for, your water, everything has gone up. The sewer doubled.
It's better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
The trash, all of it, it's all gone up. And especially trying to get anybody in there to do repairs.
I do like that. I do like that Grand Lake area, though.
Yeah, I do too. I wish there's going to be some new condos going in down the block right on Lake Granby in a couple of years. I'll probably be priced way out of it.
Maybe.
But I thought, well, the ones in town are going for like 800 or 500 square feet, and there's not even parking to park on the street. 800.
In town.
It's not a Lakeview. 800, 500.
What do you think
feet.
these will be at?
I have no idea. But I know somebody who knows. I don't even know who knows if they're going to happen.
Is there stuff on the other side of the lake? Condos, townhomes?
On Grand Lake?
Yeah, like where you go kind of across, like from where we ate dinner that one time we drove over. Does that make
There's
sense?
houses on the other side. Some of them are accessible in the winter.
Denver's
Oh,
talk
I see.
station,
Nothing.
630 KHOW.
Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Brittany, your turn. What's going on? We have time for calls. We have another 2 hours to go after this. So, Brittany, what's going on?
Hey, Tom. Thanks so much for taking my call. So my son and I have been in our apartments for 4 years, and we just got notice to quit from them. They just got brought by a new management company, and they're kicking some people out for renovations. They did give us a little over 60 days notice.
Well, Brittany, let's assume
but-
now your lease expired. You don't have a lease. What's going on?
So I need to be out by the end of my lease, which is August. But my problem is that I had applied for a few different apartments. The one that I got approved for, I need to be there. They will only hold it for me until July 11th. So I went and talked to my apartment complex that I'm living right now and let them know I'm going to be out about a month before my lease ends. And they're not, to make a long story short, they're not confirming that I won't have to pay the last month's rent. And I don't feel like I should be liable for that since they're kicking me out. So
Okay,
I don't know what
but
my
they're
rights
not
are
really,
there.
hold on. They're not really kicking you out. They're letting you live through the end of the lease, is right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying the end of the lease, they want you out. So they're not making you leave early. I would agree with you that if they were making you leave early and you wanted to leave even earlier, there would be some tit for tat, and I would say go ahead and do it. But I think the way they're doing it is they're letting your lease expire, and they expect you to live up to the lease. And you're saying, give me a break. You want me out anyway. Can I get out a little early? How early do you want to get out? A month?
A month early, yes. And the thing is that the only apartment that I got approved for, they will only hold that for me until July 11th. So
But that's
in order
not
to
the other
have that,
people's issue.
No, it's
Right.
technically not. But your landlord, if they want you out anyway, so you want to be out when exactly? By July 1st?
July 13th.
Well, okay, but when is the rent cycle? The 1st to the 1st?
But yes,
Okay, well, it's not fair to say. Okay, but are you okay, let me ask you this. Are you willing to pay at when you out? August 1st?
August 13th.
So your rent with this guy goes from the 15th to the 15th?
It was a partial. Yes, so I don't remember how it was.
Well,
4
when
years
is your
ago,
rent due,
sorry.
Brittany? When is your
It's
rent
on the
due?
first.
On the 1st. So do you know really when your lease is up? Really? I need to know that. Like, is it all,
Yeah,
is it? Go ahead.
The expiration date is August 13th, 2022.
It is August 13th. That is so weird. And you simply want out a month early. And this guy won't let you out just 1 month early?
Smarty
Right, they're
Marty
not
on the
concerned.
case.
Yeah, we need to at least talk to him. I mean, he doesn't have to, but it seems unreasonable. He wants you out anyway. I don't get it. It just doesn't seem right. And then how much deposit is he holding?
It was 1,200.
1,200. And how much is your month's rent?
I was paying $1,450 there, and they're going to be raising prices. So where I'm going is going to be substantially more. And it's
Okay.
working 3
So
jobs now, and I
they're going to end up keeping that deposit on you.
Well, if she leaves early and doesn't pay, they will. Yeah. But let's see if we can negotiate. Let's see if we can try to just, I mean, it seems unreasonable. Are you actually talking to an owner, or are you talking to a management company?
I'm talking to the management company.
What kind of renovations are they doing?
I didn't ask. They just said that I was one that was selected to be renovated, and I had to be out by the end of my lease of August 13th, and gave me 2 notices on my door.
Did you even ask them if you could get out early?
I did ask them. I said, first I asked them if I could do month to month until I found a place that me and my son could afford to live without raising prices and everything around. It was really stressful. And they said no. And then
All right, hold on. Suze, let's give this to Smarty Marty and just see if he can negotiate something. I mean, the landlord doesn't have to do it, but it just seems mean. I mean, if they're going to renovate, they start early. Hold on.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and a stunning statistic is starting to develop. Credit card debt among homeowners, it reached an all-time high last month, and it is going to go higher. Your home's equity can pay off your credit card debt and save you significantly each and every month. To find out how, call us today, 303-867-7000, or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Is your concrete sinking, interior floor, basement, or garage? Brian here with Advanced Mud Jacking. I've been lifting concrete in Colorado for over 30 years. Cement, nothing toxic. Advanced Mud Jacking, 303-424-9441. AdvancedMudJacking@yahoo.com.
Hello, this is Cam Cambier from Centennial Capital Partners. Are higher taxes a concern? Who is likely to pay them? Give us a call to find out what we think at 303-584-1161.
Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research, Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter. Mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeartRadio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Will Reed. The January 6th Select Committee holding its next hearing today, focusing on former President Trump's effort to pressure state officials to overturn the 2020 election.
Testifying before the committee, Gabe Sterling, a top Georgia election official who said the threats against state workers have gone too far.
Someone's going to get shot, someone's going to get killed.
The committee will hear from a target of those attacks. Shane Moss, a Georgia election worker who counted ballots on election night and received death threats, falsely accused of...
Okay, great. And we just ask if we're able to get you resolved that you come on and tell Tom and our listeners, okay? Oh gosh, no. We don't charge people for helping them. Spread the word. They need help with something, anything. Problem with Home Depot.
You like bacon?
Who doesn't?
You know, they're getting sneaky. Some of the brands like Kroger and the Walmart brand have went down from a pound to 12 ounces. So they appear to be cheaper, but you're going to fourth less.
Oh, my word.
Sneaky, isn't it?
There's a restaurant in New York City. Their focus is just bacon stuff.
Oh, man.
I know. So if you're ever going to go there, it'll be easy to find a restaurant.
Yeah, bacon.
Restaurant in New York City. It's in Manhattan.
We've been to something like that. I think it was in Mexico, but same kind of thing. Everything was bacon themed.
Yes. I took Olivia there. The problem was everything looked so good. So I ordered all these appetizers, and that's just what we had.
Yeah, yeah, of
There
course.
was so much freaking food left over, and on vacation, I don't take it back to the hotel because I'll never eat it.
What's up, A-Rod?
Yo, you hear me?
I got you. I got you.
Hello,
Have
Tom.
you ever been
I
to,
got you.
what the hell's the name
Oh,
of it?
yeah, Talib's level's good.
Lazy Dog. They're all over. It's like a chain.
I don't think so.
They got candy
And we're getting
bacon.
the banter into the YouTube.
Candy bacon is the bomb.com.
Yeah, it is. You can make that at home. I just haven't figured out how to do it when it's not swimming in grease.
Suzanne's made it. It was so delicious.
Did she do it on a rack so all the grease?
You got to ask her. She swore to me never to make it again. She made like 3 or 4 pounds. I ate 3 or 4 pounds. And it is so bad for you.
What is it, Mark? What?
Candied bacon. Oh, my God, is it good, Tom.
How do they sweeten it? How does she sweeten it?
Suzanne, how did you make that candy bacon that one time?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Brown sugar and cinnamon in the oven.
It was so good, Tom.
Let it
tastes like
caramelize.
How did you get it from not having all the bacon fat on it? How'd you get that drained?
Oh, you just take it out and put it on paper towels when it's done cooking. It's delicious.
It doesn't stick to the paper towels?
Well, you got to let it dry first, I guess, a little bit. It wasn't. I can send you a recipe, Bonnie.
God,
It's delicious stuff. It's like crack, though.
It
I
is.
will
It's
warn
so
you.
ridiculously good. Like 3 pounds she made. It was gone. Like, I ate it till I had a bellyache. Like, for real. God, it is so ridiculous. But this place, Lazy Dog, actually has it as an appetizer, and it's pretty damn good.
This restaurant's called Bar Bacon, Barbacon, in Hell's Kitchen.
Oh, no kidding.
What's this about KKK Corey Nelson?
He's running for whatever again. I think he's running for county assessor or clerk and recorder, I believe.
Yeah.
There's a bacon tasting flight.
Oh, that's good.
What? Maybe she and I should go there. It's not far from our hotel.
God, bacon is so good. Anybody that says they don't like bacon is simply a liar.
Bacon goes with everything.
It's because it's fat and it's just cooked and it's just good.
It is just good.
I'm at a loss of words describing how great bacon is. We got a machine at home, Suzanne got me, that you can insert bacon directly into the hamburger before you grill it. So you take you put the bacon like in one compartment, and then the patty squish it into a perfect patty, and then you have bacon in, just like they have pepperoni inside the crust of pizza.
Okay.
Now you can have bacon on your burger and in your burger.
Gizmo. You put some meat on the side, stick your bacon in. And...
Yep. It's exactly what it's made on TV or as seen on TV.
Oh my God, that's funny.
She got me another one that takes a hamburger and simply shapes it as a hot dog.
Oh, that's cool.
It is cool. I mean, it's kind of stupid, but hey, why not?
You should look at this menu.
The bacon one?
Bar Bacon.
Have you ever had an all bacon burger where they use ground up bacon to make the actual entire hamburger?
No.
Suzanne, where did we get that all bacon hamburger? Is that it? I think it's called Bad Daddy's.
Oh, I got one by my office.
I think it's Bad Daddy's. Wow.
What's wow?
Check your text, Tommy. Do not say a damn word. Like, no joke.
I don't see anything. Who's it from?
Suzanne's going to send you one.
Oh, got it.
Wait till you see this, bro.
I don't see. All I see is.
I'm sending it right now. Go.
Oh my God!
All right, welcome to the show. Tommy Tom is back with us after a surgery. Tom, how'd that surgery go, my friend?
Oh, you know what, man? I got to talk about it, and I'm not going to do it right now as long as we have callers and all that stuff. But really, I did not realize 80% of adults have some kind of back problem. My God, I mean, I can't believe. Oh yeah. Now it's not all serious, but yeah, and there's so much to talk about. But again, it's not about me and what happened, although it is about the problem because it is so ubiquitous. It's so common. It's so prevalent. The damn thing. So many people are suffering. You don't realize it until you mention it, and they go, "Really?" And it worked that well. I'm going to try that. So anyway, we'll go on with that. I want to take the calls right now, and we have Bonnie Shields with us, Bonnie Shields Law, and she does, of course, family law, which is a lot of divorce and separation and mediation. And Bonnie, do people tend to go more toward mediation nowadays in general? I know the courts say you have to try it, but do people really try it?
Well, it's required, so they do. And I think most people, most of my clients anyway, seem to really hope that they'll settle it there. Very rarely does somebody really want to pay their lawyer a ton of money and then have to spend a day in court in another 6 months. So,
and you know why they do it, I think, a lot of times the other way is because of anger. Usually, if someone doesn't, if they don't like each other or feel cheated on or all that crap, that's when it gets nasty.
It does. Some people have to have their say, and the things that they want to be able to tell the judge are usually things they can't tell the judge. The judge doesn't want to hear them. But some people have to have that say in court, and they need a judge to tell them how it's going to be. But it's not the norm, thank goodness.
303-713-TALK. Let's go to Greg. Greg, what's going on with you? Hi, Greg. And we have time for tons of calls. 303-713-8255. What's going on?
So, with all the scams going on, my parents are getting older and they're having people contact them to set up like trust funds and help them with their wills and their estates. I was just wondering if you had I looked at your referral, you had a couple of lawyers on there. What lawyer would you recommend to help like set up their will, their estate, and kind of go through all of that?
Any good estate attorney that they're all competent, and we have some good relationships. Blake Harris Law, of course, we use the most as our expert, and he has a really efficient way of doing it. It will save you some money. You don't ever have to leave your house. I mean, and everything can be done with Zoom or conference calls and emails and notaries coming to your house and get things signed. It's really cool.
Greg, he did Blake Harris did our trust, and I think we Zoomed for 10 minutes. Most of it was over the phone and then the intake form, and then he gives you a price straight up. It's not like an hourly thing. He's like, all right, this is what you should do. Here's why you should do it, and it's going to cost you this. Bam. It's so straightforward.
Okay, because that's good. Because, with everything going on, you get the scammers calling them, and they, just wondering, have someone they can contact and go, here's what I want, versus someone telling them what they need to do.
833-ASK-BLAKE. It's that easy. You call him and you can ask.
Okay.
I mean, and he'll tell you what you need and what you don't need and all of that. I mean, I just think it's cool. It's cool the way he does it. It's all virtual. So, and let us know the results. Do they have a big estate, Greg? Do they have a big estate?
I don't know. I mean, they have quite a bit of like what I would call collectible stuff. They own their property outright, and there's some of the stuff they want to go to specific people. And so it's like me and my brothers want to make sure their wishes are followed through. So that's why we'd rather have someone help them than them do it themselves or have someone scam them and do it the way they want it.
Totally agree. That's the way to do it. So
they're concerned too. It's like if they want, my brother to get this, how after they pass away do they know he's going to get it, not someone else take it?
That's exactly right. I mean, so many people are hazy when it comes to making an estate plan and making it visible to more than one person. Because, listen, there would be nothing to prevent someone from making changes after the fact if there was only one copy with one person. But Blake can give you all kinds of information on that and how to prevent problems like that. All right, 303-713-TALK. Thank you for calling. 303-713-8255. And Bonnie, usually when I say thank you and I give the number out. Okay. Bonnie, are you, when it comes to estate plans, I've heard where people get divorced and they forget to change beneficiaries and stuff, which causes a giant mess. Have you heard of that? Do you give recommendations on that when somebody's going through a divorce? I don't think they think of all of the different elements.
Right. I do usually at the end of a case remind them that, hey, you need to change your will now. But I think there's some automatic thing that goes in as far as once you're divorced that some things aren't going to happen automatically because it's kind of a fail-safe for those situations on the life insurance, I believe. But
okay, so are you saying that some things automatically get changed with a divorce decree?
Well, I think automatically, you know, you're not going to inherit some of the things that you would have inherited. There's some things, and Tom, I really don't honestly remember which ones they are that automatically do change so that somebody forgot to change this and this or that.
But no matter what, it does need review. No matter what.
You bet it does. It needs
when
a
you're
big
going
review.
through a divorce, yeah. And then people leave a lot of things out of the parenting plan. They don't talk about college. They don't talk about other things. But I want to know something. Can you have a contractual arrangement between parents when the kids are now adults, technically over 18? Can you have a plan? I don't mean for visitation necessarily, but who's going to pay for what even after they turn adult?
You can make an agreement on who pays for college and the related expenses to college, and the court will enforce that. The court does not have the court doesn't have the power to put that upon you, but if you guys put it in writing yourself and that's what you want to do, they can enforce it.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie Shields Law. And she's on the referral list at referrallist.com. And, of course, if you ever need to reach her, she's at 303-798-1927. Hannah, what's going on with you, Hannah?
Hi there.
Hi.
So I an apartment and stupidly did not go see it based on the advertised pictures because they were absolutely beautiful. And I'm to move into my brand new apartment. There is mice droppings everywhere. The carpet has bodily fluids, including blood and God knows what.
Oh, my God. Hannah, hold on. Hey, back up a little now. Where did you see it advertised?
Atlas Real Estate.
So it was on the Atlas Real Estate site?
Yep, and it was on Zillow.
And so it was. So when you went searching for rent, this came up.
Yes, it came up for rent, stating that it was moving for $2,100 a month. Or
Did they offer? Did they offer to let you see it, or did they say you cannot see it?
They were really pushing me to sign that lease, and like I said, I fell into the trap.
Well, hold on now. What about the location? You knew where that was. That's all true, right?
Yes.
So presumably it was a location you didn't mind living. What general location was that?
It's in Thornton.
Okay.
It's in a really nice development, townhouse.
Good. Now what I want to ask you is this, Hannah. Is it an apartment building where one landlord and management company controls it, or is it where each one owns maybe a condo and rents it out? What kind of a building?
Yep, it is a townhouse that has individual owners and individual, it rents out individually.
Okay, so you're renting in a place, and I want to know this. Are most people there renters, or are most people there owners?
I believe most people there are owners.
Okay, and so some of the owners rent their places out. Do you think the entire building is run down, or the complex, or just that unit?
Just that unit.
Okay, so this gets better, meaning it's not going to be as devastating as if it was just a piece of crap slum development. So you're saying that whoever rented it out misrepresented that one unit.
Tom, Atlas, actually what they do is they rent stuff out like they did to her, but they're more of like a turnkey investment. So if I'm looking for something to rent out and make money on, I can go to them. They'll sell me some townhome or some condo somewhere, and then they handle everything from there. So whoever owns it, I don't think they have anything to do with it. Atlas does all of it.
So Hannah,
Yes.
do you know when do you know who lived there before? Was it the owner or another renter?
It was another renter.
Okay. Now listen, if it said move in ready, did you keep those ads?
Oh, I sure did.
Good. Hold on. Do you have
pictures you can send us of this place?
Yes, I do.
All right, you hold on. One Clear Choice garage doors for all of your garage door needs. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. What I love about One Clear Choice, they have an $80 inspection, so if you're moving, they'll look at all your garage door components and make suggestions or lubricate, adjust, and make sure it's in safe condition, and that's all for $80. Or, of course, any component you need, 720-370-3987. All of their stuff is online. Price is clearly marked. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. If you're looking for a personal injury attorney, you are bombarded by ads and people bragging about how much they get and what they do. But let's face it, not all cases are giant cases, but your case is just as important to you. So what you want is someone who's going to take care of you no matter how big or small your case. John Fuller is that person. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. My Accident Lawyer here on the show can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. I urge you to call him. He'll be honest with you, and he'll tell you what your case is worth, what he thinks he can do for you, and then you'll have his personal cell phone number and personal attention. 303-597-4500. That's myaccidentlawyer.co. All right. FixMyHome.com is a company, Fix It 24/7, that I've been involved in for years. You can trust these people for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and they have special financing on new systems. So if you're looking to upgrade your furnace or air, now is the time to do it. Low monthly payments and free financing for a long time before you even have to start paying. That's FixMyHome.com or 526-3939, home of the famous $39 special. That's 720-526-3939. So, let's talk about reverse loans. Silverleaf Mortgage, a lender I know and trust. I know Matt and his team, and they will take care of you as a senior. They will do it for you at 720-REVERSE and give you the counseling you need to get through the process and to decide which kind of loan that you need. Live off that equity or use it to save your home or maybe to get assisted living in your home. 720-REVERSE.
Tommy,
What?
what are we doing with him?
We got to figure that out. I haven't finished with it.
Oh, you're not finished. Okay, that's all I'm making sure of.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming back to you. Hang on a minute, please. Okay.
You know, Allison has not gotten back to me at all.
She got to me this morning. Can I call you on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk to you.
Yes.
Okay. Where'd all the people go?
Where did all
No. Here's a steeple. Where's
There, a lot are still working from home. I don't know what they're doing with this building, to be honest. I have no idea. They went, remember, we used to have 4 floors not long ago. Now there's only 2. They're trying to rent out the bottoms. But I think just COVID, a lot of salespeople, I heard, figured they can start working from home, you know. They're starting to come back. I'm starting to see, like, once a week, I'm starting some sales meetings, or maybe every other week.
all right?
I think the traffic department, you know, all the stuff that goes like, you know, this traffic report brought to you by, and then someone does a live traffic report. I think those might be actually done from somewhere else now. That all used to be done here.
It's amazing. I think some of the court stuff that was switched to online, I don't think they're going to go back. There's still judges only doing hearings.
Oh, John
online.
Fuller just he was picking my brain over the weekend on remote equipment, so he ordered it all, and he can connect to the courts with a little better audio now, and then he can also connect into here to do the show and kind of sound like he's in studio.
Oh.
So he's starting to do stuff like that. He does a lot of shit out of Florida, though.
What do you mean?
He's in Florida a lot.
Oh, like vacationing? So he's working from there?
Yeah, he's got a place there, but I mean, you know,
Oh.
everything. He just said everything's so remote now.
Mm.
All right, we're back.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show where we are trying to solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, and we want to try to help Hannah here. And I don't think anyone is, they don't have free license to misrepresent stuff. She kept the ads, move-in ready and all of that. And now she went to move in, and this place was not move-in ready, and it was terrible. But, Hannah, I need to ask something. When was the move-in date?
The move-in date was on the 14th of June.
Did you move in?
I did not. I will not move in there.
Wait, are you saying it cannot be cleaned?
I just heard back from the landlord, and the landlord stated that it had already been cleaned and taken care of.
Wait, after you looked at it and complained, or before that?
After.
Okay, well, if it is, then why wouldn't you move in?
Because it is not cleaned. It is not taken care of.
Hold on. Did you go back to verify it?
No, she said that it was already cleaned before I looked at it.
Oh.
So
and did you say, well, it's not acceptable? Did you say it is not acceptable?
Of course I did.
And what did she say?
She said that she will talk with her supervisor tomorrow and see what they can do.
Did you find another place?
Yes, I did.
That's what I figured. But, Hannah, you're under contract. Listen, I know you're going to say they breached the contract, but you did not give them a chance to fix it.
I sent them on the day that I had walked through and had my lease signed. I sent them all the pictures. I gave them every opportunity to remedy the situation. I sent in multiple maintenance. I called every person I could possibly get a hold of.
How much did you pay them?
I paid a $21.45 security deposit and $21.45 move-in.
You know they're going to keep it, right? Hannah, you know they're going to keep it, right?
Potentially, yes.
But I'm not saying you can't get it back. But here's the way I see this playing out. Let's say they keep your $5,000, and they claim that she did not give us a chance. You're going to say, Your Honor, they breached the contract. You know, you go to small claims court. I want my $5,000 back. When I went to move in, it was terrible. Did you take pictures? Of course you did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plus you have the ads. They're going to say she didn't give us a chance to remedy it. And you said, oh, you're going to say, oh, yes, I did. And they never got back to me. They claimed it was as clean as it's going to get or whatever. Have they gotten back? When was it that she said she was going to talk to her supervisor?
That was today.
Okay. Did you say I already rented a place?
Yep.
And what did she say then?
She said, I was with my supervisor and get back to you.
Is the ad still up on the internet?
Oh, I believe it is, yes.
Okay, we need to call over there. I mean, do you want us to get involved or you want to wait? Because here's what they're going to say, Hannah. They're going to say, you're under contract and we're keeping your money. That's what they're going to say because that's scumbags they are nowadays.
That's the best scenario because the other thing they can do is completely trash your rental history.
Yeah, but she's already rented another place.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's not going to show up next time.
Do you have, well, if she gets a 1-year lease and is on time and perfect and then somebody previous to that complains, I don't think it'll have as much weight, especially if she explains it. But Hannah, the new place you have, did you get a 1-year lease?
I did.
And it's all signed, sealed, and delivered?
Yes.
That was pretty quick. How the hell did you do that?
I had other options. I have pretty good credit and had the money to do it.
Okay, so you're going to need to get ready to fight these people. I hope you know that.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like it was really horrendous. Why did you think they wouldn't take care of it, or could you not afford to wait?
I could not afford to wait, and based on their responsiveness, also, if you do Google it seems like I'm not the only complainant for these kind of issues.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm making a note of this, and we need to give it to someone to try to negotiate with for you. Now, we can a Deputy Dollar, or what do you think? I don't want to overload Marty, or is Deputy Doc around? Whatever we can do. I want to call this landlord and let them know we're looking and the photos and all of that.
Yeah, so, and I did send them on Sunday. I sent them a second notice to remedy breach and notice of termination for breach of warrant of habitability. So
what did you think, other than the mouse droppings, what did you think breached habitability?
The exposed wires above the bathroom. There's bodily fluids on the
We
carpet.
got to see these pictures. Yeah, send the pictures.
Yeah, I sent them over, but I will email them right now.
The ones she texted to me are really small, so you can't really see them good.
I figured.
Let me send them over to you right now.
All right. You do that, and we'll take a look at them and get back and just hang on.
How old was she, Tom?
I don't know why.
Well, I'm just curious. It's like, you know.
In her 20s, probably.
Yeah, these people just don't know, man. They get out of school. No one teaches them. They don't have any teachers in school.
Well, the thing she did wrong was sight unseen. That's the big deal
and
right
sign the lease. Yes, absolutely.
Yep, that's the really big sin.
And how about signing another lease while this lease is still active?
Yeah, if I had to pick, the biggest mistake, that's what it is. Hold on a sec. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget, Water Pros for the best water systems anywhere at the lowest prices. You can do whole house conditioning for better plumbing, better health, better skin, better laundry, all of that for under $2,000 for Martino listeners. Mention Martino at waterpros.net.
Do you do the Wordle?
I like Wordle. What do I have coming up on live?
do a spider
I'll put on there. You got Joe Zara and.
All right. When is it coming up?
You got about a minute.
It puts me to sleep at night.
Any more?
Not yet.
I'm gonna talk to Judge in here in a minute. I asked. Not him. Tell me to go. That's not him.
Yeah.
Mark, major bomb, man, major bomb.
Waiting to grab him?
Yeah. Because fire somebody, you have to have.
Major bomb drop. I truly hope you never need a criminal defense attorney. That means you're accused of a crime, and that's not a picnic. But you know what? Don't ever try to do it alone, or don't ever try to search when you're under pressure. If you're accused of a DUI, maybe you did something stupid, maybe falsely accused, extenuating circumstances, whatever it is, you need an attorney. Any crime, any accusation, call Joe Lazara for a free initial consultation. I've known Joe for 30 years or more. And he'll tell you what's up, and he'll charge flat rates after free initial consultation. 303-429-6200. That's 303-429-6200. And you can find Joe Lazara on my referral list at referralist.com. All right,
Like
so
he's
you got to
remote
mark
right
your
now.
calendars. We have this solar event coming up from Genesis. Mark, when is that? I believe it's the 20th.
Man, it is important that people get signed up for this. In fact, Suzanne and I will be out there. It's this Saturday. But any questions you have about solar, Tom, they're going to answer them right there. They got barbecue. They got stuff for the kids to do. I mean, it's a regular old hootenanny.
Yeah, it is Saturday, okay? This Saturday from 11 to 5 with a cookout. And he's going to have a solar seminar to answer each and every question. Products will be on display so you can talk to someone. There will be a bounce house for kids, and there will be refreshments and food, cookout.
Barbecue.
Now, here's where you sign on, okay? Go to call first, or they say you can also RSVP on the website, GenesisSolarCO.com, GenesisSolarCO.com, or 303-679-8509, 303-679-8509.
Guys coming up to Granby at all soon?
I was just looking for 4th of July, but it was full.
It's a good weekend up there.
Yeah, I know. All they had was what do you call them? Those little weird cabin things they rent out.
Do you know their HOA?
I just these bombs dropping.
It's very expensive.
Their HOA is $1,200.
I thought I heard $8 to $1,500 depending on the size of your thing.
Because it was $800 a few years ago, which I thought was insane.
Hey, Mark.
And they're complaining about ours. Ours was like $450, but they're about to go up another $100 and probably maybe
Mark,
even a
answer
little
your
more
phone.
than that.
Everything's just constantly going up.
Everything costs more.
Answer your phone.
Kill us it. Hold on.
I'm going to get off of the mic anyway.
You hear? I am too. Holy moly, man. What'd you make of that?
Mark?
Yes, ma'am.
I had booked clients planning that I was leaving at 1, and I probably still need to do that even though I came in an hour late. I'm sorry.
It's all right. You're fine, Bonnie. Let's
I
have
don't know where I
him.
could move her to.
Let me make sure.
The show. Tom's gone.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Don't remember, please remember that number works on and off the air. Hey, I want to talk to Bonnie Shields for a minute. Then, Hannah, we're going to get back to you, Kelly, Martha. But what is the number one thing you're seeing in family law right now, Bonnie? I mean, are we starting to see a lot of divorce because of COVID and other things adding up? I mean, do you actually see a difference? Is anything on the uptick right now?
Actually, things have increased for me lately with just divorces filing in general.
Do you think that's because of COVID or no?
I don't know. I don't think it's because of COVID anymore. I think it's the time of year.
Really? Wait. People get what, more divorced in the summer?
Well, no,
when
it's
kids
not
are out
the
of
usual.
School, right?
It's not the usual pattern, so that's why I don't know if it's just me. But it was slower this spring than I'm used to, and
I heard that when kids are out of school, they wait until kids are out of school, or they wait till after holidays. Is that all true?
That is true. That is true. The people wait after Christmas, and I have seen it where people have waited till school's out because they don't want to. If they're planning on separating, they don't want the kids to have to move schools. Maybe give them the summer time to adjust. So maybe that's it.
All right. Let's talk to Hannah again, whose apartment was not as advertised. She has pics of it. She said mouse droppings. What open wires, different things. We want to see those pics. Then we're going to assign this to someone to talk to your landlord. Do you get the sense they're going to try to keep the money? You said you've done some research. Did they try to keep money from other people? Hannah?
Oh, you know what? Based on the response that I got from the landlord, she seemed like she was going to work with me.
Okay.
So I'm not sure, but because I have been contacting nonstop, but at the same time, the reviews that I've read are not very promising.
You know, Hannah, was it that bad that you don't think it could have been cleaned? I mean, in this market, it's pretty hard to find nice places.
See, the field that I work in, I knew exactly what was on the carpet. So I also have a 2-year-old and I have a 3-month-old baby. And
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So that plays into the fact that my kids need and deserve a clean space. And we're not talking about a $1,500 apartment. We're talking about a almost $2,200 apartment.
Hey,
So,
by the way, what field are you in general? You don't have to give away the company, but what kind of field are you in?
law enforcement with mental health.
So you're talking about blood on the carpet? Do you really believe it was blood and other stuff?
Yes.
Oh. Why did they even attempt to clean it?
Yes, it looked like it had been attempted to clean up.
Okay.
Once again, can't wait to see these pictures.
All right, thanks, Hannah. I'm going to go on to Kelly. Kelly, welcome. What's going on, Kelly?
Tom, hello. Thank you for talking to me. So
what's going on?
What's going on is, so I have, as far as I could research and as far as I know, I have dissolved and terminated the HOA here in this community here in Dacono. Now, I wanted to see if you
Now,
guys
hold on.
maybe
How did you do it?
all of it?
Well, did you get together with all the homeowners and dissolve it, or what?
I got a whole story that, actually, I feel like I want to write a book or maybe market off of this. But
so
yeah,
what
I had quite a
happened? What
situation
happened
that
that Kelly? What happened that pissed you off?
Actually, you know what it was? Is my dad's house. This was my dad's community here. He had bought the first yellow house, okay, here. And when they quit offering that color after they see the first house, they were like, "Oh, that's absurd," And so
yeah,
they quit offering that color. Well, when he went to repaint it, he repainted it yellow. There was no, in the articles of corporation, didn't say anything about hues, none of that. Well, they had charged him like a fine of $250. So we got to talking about it, and I read, and I wrote a letter back to the managing agency, and then they took back the fine because there was no legal grounds to charge him that. And then probably about 2 months later, he got a different fine for a different amount of money, which was, to me, that's what started my curiosity.
Well, wait a minute. What was it for the same violation?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this company, I'll just throw their name out on Front Street. It's called Crook Creek. It's up here in Dacono.
Okay, so what happened? You got pissed off, and then what?
Then I just started reading and researching and just going around talking to all the neighbors.
And what did you find?
That everybody agreed that they were paying for nothing because, the common areas were a perimeter fence, a pile of rocks.
So I have a feeling it wasn't an HOA. It was a management company, what's called a runaway management company.
Well, actually, they're still in business right here down the street. They manage a lot of companies.
Yeah, but
here.
what I mean
a
by
lot of homes around here.
Here's what I mean. And for everyone listening, this is a really, 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 really important thing. It's called a runaway management company. What that means is, long after the HOA hires a management company, the management company starts taking over things, and soon the HOA doesn't even have meetings anymore, and the actual management company becomes a self-feeding frenzy. They make rules, they pass laws, they do everything because there's no one to put them in check. So the management, I think you're talking about a management company, and then sometimes these management companies collect money and they do nothing.
We had meetings, we had presidents, and I mean, the meeting started out at the local donut shop, and by the time I got done, we had to have them at the school auditorium because it got so big because every single person in this
what is the question?
I don't think it's a runaway situation. My question is maybe you guys could research things documentation-wise a little bit better than I can, because as far as I can see, I mean, I feel like it's dissolved and terminated.
Kelly, just hold on. Kelly, we're
Sure.
talking about two different things. The HOA itself is one thing. The management company is another. What did you dissolve?
The management company, they folded a long time ago. I beat them a long time ago. What I'm
You
saying
just
is
said they were right down the road managing other people.
Yeah, they're still there. I'm not saying I dissolved them. I'm saying they got them out of this situation.
All right, you got them out of. All right, you got the management company out of the subdivision.
Finally, yes, they finally folded and said, "Okay, we quit," and they quit.
What do you mean they sold? Kelly, what do you mean they sold it? What did they sell?
No, I said they quit.
Okay.
They quit working for this HOA here. It's an interesting story.
Got it. I don't need to know the story. Now I need to know this. So you were still pissed off because you felt it wasn't really the management company, it was the HOA.
No, sir, I'm not mad at all anymore. My anger is gone many years ago. What I'm asking you, sir, is if you could help me research Dacono Sundance LLC and make sure that my research is correct, that I have terminated and dissolved this entity.
How would you even research that, Tom?
It's easy to research. I can find out in 5 minutes. What I need to know is this, though, Kelly, is this. This is really important that you answer the questions I have coming up. If you answer some straight questions, I can get you some very easy answers. All right, hold on. We'll come right back. Hold on.
Her name should be Enigma.
I know it.
Her name should be Enigma. I have no idea what she's saying.
Hold on. What's the name of... I need to know the name of it.
I think that would be the frustrating part of you guys' job. Just getting people to get to the point. Because they want to give you...
And then you sound mean sometimes.
Because you're trying to get them to...
She said Colorado, Dakota Sundance LLC or something.
I can ask her. Troubleshooter show, please hold. What's it called again?
The exact name.
Here we go.
Dacono Sundance LLC. Hang on.
Here we go, 5 seconds.
Dacono Sundance, what she said.
If you're in pain, please do what I did and get out of pain with Colorado Pain Care and all of their affiliates and all of the services they offer, including as simple as a trigger point injection, epidurals, nerve blocks. They can do spinal blocks. They can do things that are unheard of, that you may not have heard of before. They can do simple things. They can do more complicated things. And then they have referrals. Their whole point is to get you out of pain and keep you out of pain. ColoradoPainCare.com. That's what it is. You call them if you have pain. 303-GOT-PAIN. Make an appointment from 7 to 7.
Doesn't he work at the old
hours,
not old folks home, the AARP thing?
All right, Genesis is having the solar event this Saturday. You heard me talk about it. And I urge you to get on board with Genesis if you want to find out about solar. Solar is still alive and well. And I urge you to call this number and make a reservation this Saturday from 11 to 5 all day. They're going to have products on display of solar systems. They're going to answer all of your questions. They will have experts there. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509.
It's a nice
Did you
month,
know
actually.
that they have a 25-year guarantee on all of their products and energy production? Go see them this Saturday, 11 to 5. It's worth the trip. There's a cookout, a bounce house for kids. 303-679-8509.
They're doing a show on Broadway.
Reverse mortgages can be complicated, and I love people who take the complication out and people you can trust to do the right thing. And you know, one of those companies is ApprovalReverse.com. Oh, I'm telling you, Approval Reverse, what a great company. Joan Sullivan and her team, 303-771-3528.
Isn't it Bad Daddy's that has the all bacon burger if you want it? Literally made out of bacon.
3528.
I think so.
I think it is. Or they have a 50-50.
It's right here, too. Landmark.
She's got one near her house.
Okay, hold on. The name of the place.
I never have lunch there.
Now, the name of the place. What is the...
Oh, you're up by Southland?
What is the name of the organization? Anybody?
Suzanne has it, the LLC name.
Suzanne, what's the name?
She's walking back in. I'm sure it'll be an LLC.
Something Sundance LLC. How do you say it? Dacono Sundance LLC. Dacono Sundance.
I live in Dakota. I live in Dakota. She must live in Old Dakota. I've never heard of that.
That's all it is Dacono, huh?
Sundance.
Oh my goodness.
Mark?
Mark
Major.
I complain about the mic, but it'll get me nowhere.
Right now, well.
Would someone call Spence?
Sure.
Yep. All right. How much time do I have, bro?
I don't think that chick's getting her money back, man.
The girl?
Yeah, and I can't wait to see these pictures. I think whatever pictures we see are going to be a nothing burger. She painted that place like a murder scene. In fact, the more in depth she got, the more I'm going, uh-oh.
Tom.
Yes.
Tom, how's your back?
Oh, great.
Awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
I'm doing great, man.
Happy to hear it.
I can't believe how great.
It's DACONO-Sundance, Dacono Sundance, LLC.
Yeah, I got it.
Do you have
I got it.
Sooner feeling?
What's that, sir?
Do you have the wish I did it sooner feeling?
Oh, my God, yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, at least you feel good. Good to hear.
Yeah, we're about ready to start dancing. Hey, Tom.
I started believing I was an old man.
That's just because I kept reminding you.
I know.
All right, look at these pictures. You guys let me know what you think. I don't think it's blood. I think it's red wine. It definitely needs carpet. The wires hanging out of the ceiling. I have no clue what she's talking about. Suzanne, what do you think?
It's okay. I mean, like, it looks like blood to me. It doesn't look like wine.
It's weird it's on the walls.
You guys like Top Gun?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Hold on. Oh, my gosh.
Now I want to see the Elvis movie. My dad was obsessed with Elvis.
I heard that he does a good job, but it falls a little flat. Like the story kind of.
Did you know the Monkees outsold Elvis?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you.
Christ.
Come on, you gonna rip on the Beatles next? You didn't know that when you were out.
I've been telling him that for 30 years.
Just tell him to shut up. He sounds like...
You sound like a monkey.
The Monkees are
by
the
the
best.
way, I started watching Curb again. Oh, my God.
Oh, you mean the newest season, which is
No,
like 2 years old?
I started from the beginning again.
Oh.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, Bonnie Shields, real quick. By the way, Kelly, I got some answer for you. Got to hold on. Bonnie Shields, I know you have to take off, and I want to just basically recap. You're doing a lot of mediation. Is that right, Bonnie?
Yeah, I've been doing quite a bit of it, Tom.
So that's a good option for people. And can any one of the people, can they contact you directly?
Yes, I have people call and ask questions. I don't ask details about their case because I don't want to ever be conceived of taking a side. But yeah, I get people sometimes looking whether they have an attorney or not, giving me a call to ask me my procedures and how I do things.
Now, if you get an inheritance during a marriage, this is a question, how do you protect it?
That's a good question because usually comes up when it's too late. So if you get some sort of inheritance while you're married, put that in. If you're putting it into an account, make sure that the account is only in your name, not your spouse's name, and don't add money to it. If you add $50 from your paycheck, you just tainted it basically, where it's not just all your separate property.
Very good.
So you can take money out. You can go buy, a boat or go on a trip or whatever you want. You can take money out. You cannot add to it. So don't add to it. If you do something like take $50,000 out and go buy a boat, then put only your name on the boat. Because if
okay, now also, what about kids getting to choose where they want to live? Is there a certain age?
It doesn't exist. I hear that all the time. Doesn't
Really?
exist. The courts do consider what the children want, what they request. If you can get that information before the judge through an expert, somebody that's talked to the kids, the judge will absolutely consider that if the child's old enough to make a well-reasoned, have well-reasoned thoughts about this. But there is no age you get to choose. And wish people would stop telling their kids and grandkids that, because it's really hard. Kids get it the message inside that they get to choose, and it is not true.
Okay, another thing. Here's another email. What about filing taxes together if you're not married? Can that burn you?
It can burn you because it could be later on construed that you were common law married when maybe you didn't intend on being married, which might mean alimony, owing alimony to somebody, maintenance. So I've had some of the tax preparers from some of the big companies people use actually tell people, you know what, you'll get more money back if you file jointly and you've lived together for a few years. Yeah, you can do that. It is not true. Because you're signing on your tax return, you're signing under oath to the government this is true. If you're not married, do not file taxes together, period.
All right, and that's Bonnie Shields Law. And Bonnie, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
and
Tom.
she has to take off. That's 303-798-1927. Now, Kelly, we found out a lot about your homeowners association. We do want to talk to you about it, though, because you were successful in fighting them. And we want to know how you did it. Also, Martha, she wants to talk about disaster loans. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK is our number. Get your calls in. We have another hour to go. 303-713-8255.
Your email's open on this. Completely open. It's weird. I don't know how.
Thomas.
Tommy's on the phone.
He's on the phone.
Yes.
It's a hell of a time to take a phone.
I know, so be watching.
I can only imagine who he's talking to.
Stay connected with your favorite shows on Denver's Talk Station. Sign up for our newsletter email now at khal.com/newsletter. Breaking news, weather, sports, and more from our community. That's khal.com/newsletter.
Amazing there. So he has this one.
Now, your chance to win.
Oh, he's back.
Tom's back.
Gas money.
All right, Tom, here we go.
All right.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com for pain, inflammation, anxiety. These Panacea Life products are the best, and they're right here in Colorado, made in Golden in a scientific lab that used to be the EPA facility. It's a wonderful place. And you can pick up your stuff even at kiosks at the airport or in the malls or direct. Go to realcbdthatworks.com. Okay, so Kelly called, and we also have some photos I want to share with you online, but let's take one at a time here. Kelly called and said she got pissed off. She went to her dad's subdivision, and basically they fined him for painting his house the original color, and she got pissed at the HOA. She got involved, and somehow the management company left and said, "Hey, we're going to be done with this management company. Let's just basically leave." So the management company left, and then she went after the HOA itself, and she wanted to dissolve it. Now, Kelly, I agree with you that bad HOAs are bad, but having an HOA is not an altogether bad idea. But you were just hell-bent on getting rid of them.
Tom, are you on? Am I on now?
Yeah, you are,
you
Kelly.
Totally misread. Yeah, I apologize, sir. Personally, we totally misrepresented the whole situation. It's a
okay. What did I misrepresent? Go ahead. Tell me what I misrepresented, Kelly.
Look, I don't. I'm not trying to be.
No, just tell me. Go ahead. I want the accuracy.
Okay,
tell me what I misrepresented.
So what it is because I felt it was wrong because they were charging all these people in this whole housing development for nothing. All right. I wasn't pissed off because I don't live here. It was more like a charity type thing. And how I got rid of the HOA was because I took all the votes from every single homeowner, because if you read in the articles of a corporation, it'll tell you flat out how you could dissolve an HOA. It'll say we need this one, for example, needed 68% of votes.
That's
so
right.
I went door to door to door to all 128 houses. I talked to every single one of these homeowners personally and got a vibe from what they wanted and what they did. And then and all the paperwork I wrote up myself. So that's what I'm asking you.
Hey, Kelly, how much money were they collecting from 128 owners?
Oh, shoot. It's been a few years, but I was going to say, I think it was $90 every quarter. Okay.
From each house.
And then, mind you, they would be charging people for leaving their trash cans outside. You know how this if you want to get into this, how this got started was the perimeter fence, okay? They said they charged $1,200 for the perimeter fence for the upcoming fees of 1 year. And I said, how do they know what pickets are going to fall out, So they said they charged $1,200 for the last year. So I went and I called around the local area, got like a median price range on pickets, and come to find out, and I counted every single picket on this whole perimeter fence, and they didn't, it was nowhere near the price range that it normally would be. So then I come to find out the people who were doing the fence, the place was called Screaming Coyote. And I said, Kirk Creek Screaming Coyote. So it's a long story, Tom. I'm just telling you. But my main question to you, sir, because
it is dissolved. I know it is dissolved. Yes, it is. You want to know when it was dissolved? It was dissolved. I got the date. So I have it right here. Hold on a sec. I just had it in front of me, and I'll search it again. It's
like
in the
15
database.
or something like that, or
it was dissolved. According to this, it was dissolved April 1st, 2001. Administratively dissolved.
Okay. So this is where I'm asking you for your help.
So when did you do all of this?
Shoot.
Was it 2001?
No, it was after that. I would say probably about 2014, 15.
Yeah, but it was dissolved way before that. They weren't even in operation.
I know. Well, they say that on the, for their recorded documents. That's what I mean, sir. I need your help with this situation because I know.
What do you need help with exactly? What exactly do you need help with?
We need to iron this out because, nobody pays any HOA fees right now as we speak, right? In this whole 128 houses where my
So what needs to be ironed out? I'm trying to figure out what you need and I want to help, but
because when it was dissolved originally, these 3 people, because it takes 3 people to start up an HOA, correct? Correct. So
it depends on the bylaws, dear. It really does. It depends on the bylaws.
That's what I'm saying. So I need help to iron out the actual bylaws situation because obviously if it doesn't show up online, maybe the paperwork I wrote up myself isn't sufficient. I don't know, but I'm telling you.
Okay.
I mean, nobody pays any HOA fees here anymore.
Okay.
That's a fact.
So Kelly, if no one pays,
yes,
if no one has meetings, if there's no one calling themselves an HOA, and the state and the Colorado Secretary of State shows they were dissolved, what else do you need?
And there's no management company.
Right. So what else do you need?
I don't know.
Dissolved.
Don't you think we could help other? So look, I could understand.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
Are necessary. Could I say what? Can I finish what I was saying?
You said, can you help other communities? Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's what okay, sorry. I apologize. I misheard you. Because this HOA was totally not called for. There was no common areas, which is the key.
I get it.
To what?
I get everything you're saying. I think what you're doing, I think what you did is genius. That's why I let you go on and on because I like what you did. No, seriously. Do you know how few people take action? So few people take the action that you need to do, and what you did is phenomenal. In fact, Kelly, I'd like to recruit you as a deputy, so when we have HOA issues, you can look into this kind of crap.
Whoa.
I would so love nothing more than to be part of that. I would love nothing
seriously.
more. Thank you.
Think about what she did, Mark. She went door to door. She went door to door and destroyed these people.
I did. I went door to door, met every family. I went in their home. I sat down and I talked to them, and I talked about their issues. And then there's other things where they.
Hey, I bet it doesn't matter much, but I am curious. Did they ever find you this HOA, this management company?
Oh my gosh, they've written me. I get these emails because I started up a whole thing. I put out. It started with flyers, and then I set up a website. And then I set up all this other stuff, but I get these threatening emails
she's
from them
an
saying that they're going to
activist.
sue me.
I love her.
We should put her in touch with that other guy, that other HOA guy.
We should get together, yeah, because they were telling me they were going to sue me, and I said, well, okay, bring it. Come on, sue me. And my dad's like, you're going to get killed. Anyways, but I didn't care. I was like, we're doing this because I knew something was wrong. Something wasn't right. And I could only imagine that other places that don't have a decent common area is not a pile of rocks or a walk through the forest. Or
I wonder what were they doing with the money? What were they doing with the money?
Misappropriating it. That's a whole different section. Misappropriating it. So the lady up the street was the president. I've dropped a few bombs. This is a beyond fascinating story that I want to finish writing, and so that's why I'm calling to you.
So 128 times $90 every quarter. So that was that was 11,520 times 4. They collected 46,000 a year.
Now think about we got to think about all the liens that they put on people's houses, all the fines that they were incurring. This one gentleman right up the street, maybe he doesn't, he's an immigrant from Mexico. He doesn't speak the greatest English, but he's here legally. He's owned his house. They ran that guy through the ringer for like 4 times. He had to go to court, had to pay for a lawyer just to defend himself.
You know what? Hold on. Kelly, there's something I think you're overlooking, and that is
What's that?
I think some homeowners were padding their pockets, but I think they had the help of the management company telling them how to do it, because that's why that management company hightailed it so quickly.
Get this, Tom. Get this. I'll tell you this because I know time is limited. I'll tell you this. So the president and the vice president and the top of the things, once I got involved and I finally won, they all just resigned because the president's her house was in foreclosure. It's a crazy story that is beyond.
Okay, you know what? In
right
fact,
now.
we're not done with you, Kelly. I'd like to have you come on the show and we talk about it throughout the 4 hours. No, seriously. Suze, get her information. A fascinating person. I love when people take matters into their own hands and they know how to get things done. I respect people like that like no tomorrow. That is so cool. So Suze, get her contact info.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll love to have you on. Okay, you hang on. Sue's going to talk to you, get your information. Yeah, Mark, we may have someone to scare the hell out of HOAs coming up.
Or just people in general.
Yeah. Okay, we got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. Wow. Wow. That would be cool if we could mount a little force here for that kind of shit. Holy crap. Mark, the pictures of this woman's apartment are bad or what?
I don't think they're bad. I mean,
we got to run them when we. Okay, there.
Shit, they need to put carpet in there.
Well, what's that? That what I'm looking at? That's not. What is that? What is she talking about? Bodily fluids. That?
The blood. I don't know.
Look at that. So
the linoleum definitely needs to be changed. That is some old school rollout vinyl.
Right. That's wine right there.
That's what I said. It's wine.
Oh, and so big deal. They put up. You know what? She's gonna. Okay, what the hell? I don't know. It ain't great, but I don't think. I think she.
I think they fucked up and they didn't prep it.
Well, I'll bet you. Yellow stuff.
If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
If it's red, you're dead.
That's a good one, Marty. Marty said, you know the difference between crazy and eccentric. Do you know what that answer is, Tom? I guess that's a no.
I've been representing K&H Home Solutions for many, many years. And you know what? They know that you're smart enough to make the right choice with their wonderful products. And right now, you get 25% off their regular low prices, with Everlast siding being a lifetime warranty against cracking, chipping, peeling, and fading. It's even waterproof. Never paint your house again. Compare that to the crap on the market, the fiber cement siding, and you'll find that K&H's Everlast siding is superior. Also, K&H's fiberglass windows have a full 1-inch frame That's better than Marvin's fiberglass. It's also very energy efficient, and they have a K&H split finish combination, so your interior, of course, can be a custom color. Plus, this month you save 25% on these windows. Established in 1956, it's the oldest remodeling company around. That's why I represent them. KH Home Solutions. Go online at khwindows.com, khwindows.com, or call 303-421-7100. So, reverse loans, as I said before, they're very specialized loans, and we only have a few lenders we fully endorse. One of them is Empower Reverse Mortgage. If you go to Empower, please tell them Tom sent you and ask about their special products, one that goes down to 55 years of age. Now, listen, the older you are and the more equity, the better. But what Mark Massey and his team will do is answer all of your questions without any pressure. They have a helpline you can call anytime for answers, 720-500-7719. You're going to love his way and his clarity when it comes to reverse loans. You may want to keep it to save. You want to get one to save your house, maybe to have assisted help in your home so you can stay there longer. Whatever it is, empowerreverse.com, 720-500-7719. Oh, wow. Doon, doon. Doon, doon. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints. Martha, what's going on with you, Martha? What's happening? Oh, okay. She wanted to talk about disaster loans. I'm not sure what she's talking about. But John, your turn. John, what's going on, man? What's happening?
How you doing? I love your show.
Thank you.
You'll remember this, but you actually had me on the TV in 19.
Were you at a place called CW?
No, I was at it was an Atari computer dealer, Rocky Mountain Atari. And
okay.
So he turned it over to his insurance. He had spent a lot of money on extra wheels and roof racks and all this stuff. kind of fixing it up. His intention was to purchase it. The insurance company declared it totaled, which kind of surprised me. But once they declared it totaled, the residual value, the buyout was about $40,000, let's say. I don't remember off the top of my head here. And the insurance was going to give the payout like $58,000.
Yeah.
So, but the lease company, I guess, is going to take the entire proceeds. So they're going to take the entire $58,000, even including.
No, wait a minute.
My son put on at his own cost.
Just hold on a sec. The options are on your son because he did not. By the way, he did not insure it for extra when he put those on there or mention them. But I got to say, this is what I'm very confused about. You're saying the buyout was 40 and insurance is paying 58.
He didn't make all the lease payments yet, Tom.
Wait, just I understand that. But if there is a buyout, a total buyout, is the buyout what you're talking about a buyout? Is it the current value buyout or the future buyout residual?
It's the residual buyout.
Okay.
Whatever it would
now,
take
how
to
long,
purchase the vehicle.
John, how long is the total lease?
I believe it was 36 months.
And how far into the lease was he?
Probably a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
Okay, so what Mark said again is the residual you're talking about. I thought you meant the current value buyout. Every lease has a current buyout you can do. Many times it's all it is adding up the payments. They don't give you a break. Some leases used to give you a break. But if you're talking about future residual, well, of course they're not going to let him keep the extra money because he owes every single payment under that lease. That's what he signed up for. And the accident prevented him from doing that. Therefore, the insurance is going to cover it.
Well, and I might be using the wrong language here, and I don't have the contract in front of me, but basically it was the remaining balance of the payments he owed plus the residual value of the vehicle was the buyout.
That's right.
So,
hold on, wait, John, if you're saying this, if you're saying had he kept paying every single month for the next year and a half to finish the lease, at the end of that, he would have owed another amount of money. And if you add up every single payment plus the buyout, if you added all of that up, it would have been X amount of dollars, and they're taking more than that?
Yes. They're taking,
are you, okay,
like
you're saying,
you're over that.
How much over that?
About $9,000. And the insurance company is covering the extra pieces he put on there.
Okay, John,
about that. They're using it terribly. Yes.
But John, whether or not they paid for that, here's what I want to know. This is really important. Under some leases, a buyout is totally the buyer's choice, and the seller cannot prevent it. But under some leases, it's closed-ended, and you don't have a choice. They take the car back. So if this was one where they take the car back at the end of the lease, what this really did was paid up all the payments plus the residual. The question is, who owned it? If the lease says the car goes back to the dealer or to the manufacturer or to the lessor, whoever it is, right? If it goes back to the leasing company, then they're entitled to the added value. But if he had the option of buying it out and they could not prevent it, I don't see how they can take extra money.
Well, one would be he doesn't own it yet. He didn't buy it out.
No, but Mark, what I'm saying is this. At the end of the lease, let's say the accident didn't happen. At the end of the lease, he would have made all his payments, and he would have had a buyout. And if it was his choice at that time to buy it out, then he would have bought it out, and there would be some future value.
There would be, but wouldn't he have to actually go through that where he has not gone through that?
But really, if he's making the company 100% whole, and in fact, you could argue more so because they're accelerating the payments, it really depends on how the lease is written. But if they got every single one of their payments, for example, plus the residual, 100%
Tom,
of
what
all
I'm saying is, I agree with you. I think if he paid every one of those payments right now and was allowed to exercise that option, then he would be dealing with the insurance company, not them.
Right. But why are they preventing him from doing that? That is the part that I don't understand. So really, John, what you need to do
Maybe
is,
Petty Details has dealt with this.
you know what? Maybe they have. But this is more of a question of how the buyout is structured. Was it a buyout that they could not stop, or was it at the – see, many times –
But either way, the one thing I don't know – I know you're hearing me, but he didn't do the option. He never bought it, so he's not even in that position.
No, well, he didn't buy it because it wasn't presented yet, but he can buy it now. In other words, he can take the insurance proceeds and say, I want to buy this vehicle out, and I want to pay you 100% of what you have coming. Why do you get to profit off of this car? If he had the right to buy it. I know he didn't do it yet, but if he had the right to exercise that at the end of a lease, in essence, the lease is ending.
I don't even think the insurance company would deal with them because they're the ones that hold it.
It depends on how the lease is written. If the car is ultimately his, then they have to deal with him. If it's a closed-end lease and he turns it in no matter what, whether he wants to buy it or not, then they deal with the leasing company. I don't know how many times I can say this. It depends on the contract, John. If your son had an absolute right to own that vehicle, he can own it at any time. There is no leasing company that can stop him from paying 100% of the payments and the residual and keeping the car if the lease is written that way.
I agree with you, and I bet it is written that way. So what he needs to do is he needs to actually take that option.
But, Mark, maybe it's not written that way. Some people want to keep cars. Some lessors want to keep the cars at the end. They want to resell them.
I called the lease. I called the leasing company, Ally, and I asked them. I said, we would like to buy this vehicle out, and they, as it is, and they said we can't because you've already made a claim with your insurance company, and they're declaring it total. So if he had owed more and he didn't have gap insurance, he would have to pay the difference. But if the leasing company comes out ahead, he doesn't get to collect the difference. They get to keep it. And my concern is
I don't understand why. I don't understand why he can't buy it out now with the insurance proceeds.
Yeah. And that was my thing. I would pay out of pocket for him to buy it, even if we couldn't use the insurance proceeds. But the Ally said they won't sell it to us now because it's been claimed.
You know what?
Total.
You know what? Here's what they're saying. Here's what they're saying. If the lease is written that insurance proceeds go to them to pay off the lease, and there's no mention of extra, then they do get to keep it because they benefited from an up market, just like if it was a down market, they would have hurt. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying they would have had to pay off the difference, right? If it was valued less, they would have had to take less. Did he have gap insurance?
No, but in this case, it wouldn't have done him any good because the insurance paid.
See,
more
I
than
think
the cars were.
here's what they're saying, man. They're saying that the value is the value is the value, and we own the car. Once you made a claim,
right,
we own it. Now we get to benefit from that ownership. That's
right.
what they're saying.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately, he's out of vehicle now because he traded his vehicle to get that. So they got that money up front, plus they get the current value of the vehicle, plus everything you put into it.
Yeah, and maybe that's not so fair. I think we need to talk to Compass Insurance I want to ask them. I would rather ask an insurance company about this on who gets insured, because they must have insured leased vehicles before. So hold on. Let's get Compass on to see what they have to say. We got more coming up. No lives? Oh, we got 2.
He simply, whoops.
It's really, Mark, this is an odd one, man.
If he bought the lease out the day before the accident, it would be his. I mean, it would be that easy.
You're right. And it's possibly that they say they own the car and the insurance goes to them. If that's what it reads, that's why I say we got to see what does the contract say about accidents. And I know Compass might know that because they probably insured him before.
You know what's funny is when you pay insurance on a lease too, you know, when you lease it, you're only paying for the time you're using it, but you're paying the insurance for the full value of the vehicle. You kind of get fucked.
Yeah. Boy, this is a weird one. Do you want beautiful garage floors? Garage Kings, one of the garage coating people we love. Mark had his floors done by them. They can do your garage, your warehouse, your patio decks, your regular patios, the garage aprons. They can do sidewalks, and they give a lifetime guarantee. No money down ever with Garage Kings, and they cover the entire front range. 720-252-0370. That's GarageKings.com. And they say they have the lowest prices for beautiful coatings, and now's the time to get it done. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370. All right, it's not too late to take advantage of QCColorado.com, the Whole House Fan. Man, I love this Whole House Fan. I used it this morning, man. You turn it on, the house cools down immediately. If you're leaving your home, there's no need to leave air conditioning on all day. You can come home and cool your house down in no time. What the Whole House Fan does is destratifies air. It pulls up cooler air from the bottom levels out through the top, through the hot attic and out. And it's quiet and cool. It's QCColorado.com. It just takes a couple hours to install, and there's no wiring in the walls because it's all remote controlled. 303-800-3419. That's 303-800-3419. Okay.
Man, is it quiet. What'd you think of that game last night, A-Rod? Holy shit, did that take a turn.
Well,
I thought it was going to be a long series. Things going to be a lot back and forth. Lightning are good. They weren't going to get swept, although after the first 2 games, I thought it was going to be 4 or 5. I mean, they were just destroying the Lightning. It was a total turnaround.
Oof.
Now they got to make the big decision about sticking with Kemper in goal or going with Francouz.
I think they go with the second guy, Francouz.
I think they should, but they won't.
You don't think so?
No chance. Kemper's gotten them this far. They're going to stick with him.
He seemed to do pretty good, man.
It was a lot of the guys in front of him. I get that, but man, I mean, it seems like every scoring chance that they had, they scored. Like, he was terrible. Kemper was terrible. So I don't know. They should go with Francouz, but they're not. No chance they do. If Kemper's healthy, they're going to go with Kemper.
It's tonight, isn't it?
No, tomorrow.
Or tomorrow, yeah.
But winning one in Tampa.
How about the guy that looked like he got hurt real bad on their team, on the Lightning?
On them, well, they had Kucherov that looks like he might have gotten hurt, but he's going to play.
Okay, it looked like he might have broke his foot.
When he's slid into the boards?
Yeah, or got pushed a little bit.
Yeah, he got pushed a little bit. I think he's going to play.
Hey, that one fight towards the end was pretty damn good, man. There was some real punches there.
They just got to win one of the 2 in Tampa, and then I'll be there game 5 on Friday, and then win the Cup.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look at the call screener. Notes to produce. Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, now Jamie said this happened to him on a lease vehicle. Let's hear from him, then we'll go to Compass Insurance. Jamie, you were leasing a vehicle before the lease was up. You got into an accident and it was totaled. Are you there, Jamie? Well, I guess Jamie's not there. So, Jamie?
Yes.
What happened to you? What happened to you, man?
Well, what I'm saying is leases, very few leases anymore are closed-ended. Most of them are open-ended, and they notify you 3 months before the end of your lease to find out what your intentions are. They'll ask you if you want to continue to the end of it and turn it in, or if you want to buy out at residual. And the reason I bought out at residual is because my vehicle was a business vehicle, and I had overage on miles, and I would have had to pay $5,000 back to the leasing company for the mileage. So I bought it. And I bought it for a considerable less price. I paid
I know what you're saying.
And I bought it. I ended up buying it for $27, and I sold it for $34 again.
Wow. So, okay, now hold on. Let's go out to Jeremy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Let's go to Jeremy Cusio over at Compass Insurance Group. Are you there, Jeremy?
I am, Tom. How you doing?
Good, man. So listen, here's the scenario. The guy had a lease, and halfway through a 36-month lease, it's totaled. The insurance paid all the payments left, like 18 payments left, plus the residual value, and on top of that, the appraisal was even more than that because the kid had improved the vehicle, plus all vehicles have gone up in price. So this payout was like $56,000, and the leasing company is saying that's 100% ours.
I don't believe so. No.
Jeremy, who gets insured when you carry insurance on a leased vehicle?
The insured. And the leasing company may ask to be an additional insured because they want to make sure their collateral's insured, but they're not a named insured. The payment doesn't go to the leasing company. Now, I don't know if this leasing company has some different details, in their fine print that changes that, but the insurance is insuring the person leasing the vehicle.
So technically, hold on. So Jeremy, if this kid got the $56,000 check, he could make out a check for what's owed on that vehicle, every single payment due, plus the residual. And how could they prevent him from doing that?
Completely agree. Yeah, and the leasing company at best is going to be added as an additional insured. They're notified of changes. It allows them to make sure their collateral's insured.
Okay, John. John, let's bring John up. John. Okay, he's gone. Well, I hope he's listening because his son what's that? Okay,
I'm
John.
here.
John, your son needs to make a demand for that payment. They cannot pay that leasing company first.
Okay, I will call Progressive again. They told us by law, they had to pay the leasing company directly, and they cut them a check and sent it to them yesterday.
Yeah, but
or the day
if they
before.
cut them directly, but they don't owe them any more than the total of payments and the residual, why would they owe them more than that?
Well, according to Progressive, that was who owns the vehicle, not my son. So that's who they paid out the money to.
Jeremy?
Yeah, that doesn't. You should be getting the payout. You could pay off the lease. I mean, you have to pay off the lease. It's not an option.
But they don't get to. I didn't think it sounded fair that they get to profit from the increased value.
Right, absolutely. Right. And there's nothing at any time that says you can't pay off your lease early. You pay the remaining payments plus whatever
this is
the
the same
residual
thing I've
is.
said 100 times. He hasn't done that, Jeremy. He simply has not bought the vehicle out. Now it's totaled at the bottom of a canyon somewhere, and they're cutting the check to the leasing company.
But he's saying it may not be right that they're cutting the check to the leasing company, or at the very least, the only thing they should cut the check for is what is actually owed on the car. How can a leasing company demand more than a car is worth?
Because it's still their car now.
Okay, guess what? Guess what? Mark, guess what? Let's say this kid did not have insurance, and let's say his car was totaled. What would he owe the leasing company? Tell me what he would owe him.
He'd owe him whatever the price of that vehicle is or the buyout for the entire thing is.
He would owe them the buyout, and that's exactly the argument John's trying to make. His son should not have to pay more than the buyout.
Man, we're saying the same thing, but he never exercised that option. So it is their vehicle.
Mark,
it is not his vehicle.
Mark,
Alley's one of the biggest leasing companies in the country.
There's nothing to prevent him from exercising that option a minute after the accident. They prevented him from doing it.
But he hasn't.
Did your son say he wants to buy the vehicle?
Yeah, I called them with him on the phone and said we want to buy the vehicle. And they said that we can't do that because the claim's already been filed and that it was considered total.
I'm sorry. I would sue their asses. I think that they are screwing with you. That extra money was your son's. That's what they don't. You know what? He signed a contract to pay them exactly what the insurance paid. Why should they get an extra
Let's get a copy of the Alley lease agreement.
It just sounds wrong. It sounds wrong. Yeah, let's bring you back, John, when we get a copy of that lease, and let's get an attorney on about it. I think it's wrong. I'm thinking, Mark says he didn't exercise. Okay, you get in an accident. Now you want to exercise it. He should be able to.
That's my whole point. He hasn't.
Mark, they don't let him.
If he got the check from Progressive or whoever his insurance company is, and it was for $54,000, and he owed 12 payments, 18 payments, plus whatever, and then just simply wrote them a check, he'd get to keep the extra. I don't know why it didn't go that way.
Because they didn't give him the check. That's the problem.
Then why did they send it directly to the leasing company?
I don't know, Jeremy. Why would Progressive do that? Could you research that a little? Why would Progressive pay the leasing company not only what the leasing company is owed, but what, 9,000 or 10,000 more?
Yeah, absolutely. And in a worst case scenario, both should have been on the check. So
that's a good point, too. That's a good point. Jeremy, if you could ask someone at Progressive a hypothetical, it would be great. We got more coming. We got to take a break.
Forced insurance.
We got to take a break. Take it.
I didn't think of that. Are we sure this wasn't forced insurance?
Got it. Let me tell you what I love about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. It's because they quarterback your entire retirement plan and tell you what to do and how to do it, and they save you money. That's the bottom line. Even if you have a 401k or any other kind of a plan, you need someone to quarterback it, and I recommend Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. That's who I'm using, 970-663-3211. You owe it to yourself to talk to them, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Don't forget, this weekend, that is the solar event at Genesis Total Exteriors. At Genesis, they'll answer all of your questions about solar. All you have to do is give them a call and find out about solar, and they have a free event with a cookout from 11 to 5 this Saturday. That's 303-679-8509, GenesisSolarCO.com. All right, BlakeHarrisLaw.com. I want you to call him and get all the answers you need for your retirement plan. Then get a quote for what he can do for you, whether it's a lease, a trust, or something much more than that. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE. Free legal advice, and then you decide what you want to do. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
You know, who would have ever thought, Tom?
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought, though, people would lease a vehicle and it would actually fucking appreciate $6,000? It's like that conversation would have never taken place 5 years ago.
I know.
It's an upside down fucking world. You don't lease a vehicle and it goes up $5,000 in 18 months. It's nuts. That's so funny when you said, guess who called? I nailed that, didn't I?
Absolutely.
I'm shocked it wasn't an hour ago. Did you watch In Living Color back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Who was the old lady that would sit out there going, I'm not one to gossip, but I'm going to tell you something.
I know it. Amazing.
He must have agreed something in that lease. I don't think Allie, I don't know, they're just so fucking big. I think they used to be owned by GMAC. They're huge. You would think they've handled this a million times. Although, once again, now all of a sudden where there's value coming in, it appreciates, not depreciates. It's crazy.
You think this woman, I think she's going to have a tough time. She didn't give them a spot.
What do you mean a spot?
A chance. I'm sorry. She didn't give them a chance on the...
Oh, no. I looked at the pictures. I mean, I don't think the place looks good by any means, but she basically did a constructive eviction on herself, and she can't do it. If she's lucky, they just keep the money and don't trash her credit.
God, did you see what was advertised, though? What they showed her in the pictures?
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
That is, oh, man.
You know what? If you even look at any house, though, now, with whatever these photographers do.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Chris, what's going on, man? What's happening in your life? Let's take your problem. Chris. Chris, welcome. What's happening?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I took on 2 roommates the beginning of this month, and I have a house that's about $1 million. Anyway, one's upstairs, one's in the basement, and I live on the middle floor.
And this is your home?
It is my home.
Got it.
Correct. Now, the one I did my due diligence. I checked the backgrounds, but the guy that moved in upstairs, turns out he's raving drunk. I ended up throwing him out 3 days ago. But the problem is the toilet upstairs, yet it had to jiggle a handle because it would run sometimes. And I was getting ready to replace the flap. But all that happens is my water goes up, right?
Right.
What happened was the other night, my roommate from downstairs in the basement comes running up. You got a huge problem down here. And water was pouring downstairs. I thought it was my hot water heater. I ran upstairs, and it was coming from the toilet upstairs, and he was standing there with a toilet brush, like trying to plunge the toilet. The question is, he plugged the toilet. It's been working great as far as flushing, but sometimes you had to jiggle the handle if it kept running. But now he's flooded my house.
Okay, let me ask you, sir. Let me ask you something. How did he plug it?
There's a great question. See, part of the reason I threw him out is he had food and stuff all over the floors.
All right, fine. So he plugged the toilet. Keep going. He plugged the toilet, and it cost you money. Did you get a security deposit from him?
I did. I have $800. He's threatening to sue me if I don't give it back to him because the toilet's not his issue. From what I've seen online, and this is where I need the help, is if he clogs the drain, he's responsible.
He could be. It depends. It could be if it wasn't a pre-existing condition. He's going to argue it wasn't his fault. You're going to argue it was his fault. So if you keep the money, you got to do it legally and right, and you have to write him a letter and tell him why you're withholding it, and you have to do that within 30 days. Now, if you want to come back tomorrow, we can tell you exactly what to do and get our attorney on. But you can keep it, but then he might come after it. Yes. Got it.